My name is Chris Gamlin. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. We're here at the GUBA Conversations. It's our first time in Ghana. Me and my wife, we heard about this event through the GUBA network, and we're here to see about immigration, to learn all the different things. We're looking at repatriating to Ghana. And so this is a very important part for us to get some heads up on how to move throughout this country.
Hello guys, my name is Anthony Chamepe. I'm the founder of Caveman Watches. It's a great opportunity to be here as a speaker. A very great platform that is uniting the diaspora with Ghanaian society to grow, create opportunities for investment and networking. This is what Africa needs to connect and grow.
My name is Beto Gadagui. I'm a West African. I work with Ecobank. I love Africa. Ecobank is the largest Pan-African bank. We are in 33 countries, offices in Paris, other places. We welcome all of you from the diaspora. We welcome all protocol observers, like say, government officials going to make things happen. Denta and Cynthia and the team from Cuba. We are a bank, we are your partner. We welcome new.
Hi, I'm Carlita Cash. I do cryptocurrency. I educate people on cryptocurrency, blockchain, and Web3. It's my first time here at the Diaspora Conversation Conference. It's been an amazing event. I've been able to network with people, get to understand how Ghana works, and bringing a business here to Ghana. I'm really excited, and just hearing the different experiences of people here in Ghana has been phenomenal, and knowing that you can have a successful business here in Ghana.
My name is Nanette Della. I'm based in the UK. I'm a head of new build development in the UK, currently transitioning to doing new build developments in Ghana. And today, I've had the opportunity to be at the GUBA Diaspora Network event today, and it's been a fantastic event. There's been a wonderful lineup of speakers from different government institutions, speaking to other diasporans, and hearing people sharing their journeys and so forth, and giving key tips for those of us who want to transition to the Ghana. For some reason, this is the first time I've actually had the opportunity to be at this event, and it's been a very worthwhile event. Especially being the beginning of the year, getting the opportunity to really hit the ground running. I've met some fantastic people this afternoon, and I'd recommend for anybody, they've also got a networking group which you can also sign up to, build connections, get more knowledge, understand the infrastructure of Ghana for anybody who wants to transition over.
When you have 5 years multiple visa and you enter Ghana, you can continue to stay in Ghana for 5 years. It is the same way you can continue to stay in the US for 5 years because you have a 5 years multiple visa. When you arrive at the airport, the immigration officer, upon interrogation, upon questioning and your discussion, will know how long you actually want to stay, and you are entitled to 60 days maximum and 30 days minimum.
I'm very happy to be here, JJ, at the GUBA conference. This is a wonderful conference. As you saw, this is the third time they hold it. And the purpose of this is to bring the diaspora, both Ghanaian diaspora and the Afro-Americans and other people to Ghana, to see how we can do networking and business. And not only that, to know how the business environment and the networking environment in Ghana. And some of it has to do with the different cultures. So as we come to Ghana, we need to understand the culture, but also respect our culture here in Ghana. And some of the panelists included people from government. So the first part was the government people on land, on registration, on ID cards, which was very interesting. And the second part was on the panelists on how to do business. And one of the three key points is that, number one, we have to start our business very small and grow the business. Number two, investment. You start investment with yourself and your customers, then you grow. And the other thing is respect.
So I want to move on to Surveyor Jones Ofoibadu about land. How many of you in here are looking to get land in Ghana, or if you have land already? A few. And land is something that is very significant, especially for the diaspora, because you feel like you're owning a piece of Africa.
My name is Judah Marco. I'm from Boston, United States. This is my first time coming to this conference. I'm a business owner. I own my own marketing agency. Coming to this conference has been like a real breath of fresh air. It lets you know how you can connect, how you can network, The panelists were great. Everything they talked to us today was great and helped me have a better idea of how I want to expand here in Ghana. So I'm looking forward to continue to come to more of these conferences and stay able to network and connect.
Hi, my name is Erica Stewart. I am here from New York. I've come to Ghana every year for the past 4 or 5 years. Starting in 2019, I have been looking for different investment opportunities, either for myself or for other investors that I'm connected to or represent. I heard about this conference. I came for the first time 2 years ago. A girlfriend of mine who is Ghanaian American, she comes, so she suggested I attend. So she reminded me that this was happening this week, and so I attended today. There are always great speakers. I mean, there's a lot of subjects that are covered thoroughly. You get to know a lot of new companies, great opportunities. You can follow up with everyone. You also build a good and healthy network with people who are here on the ground, so you get to feel exactly what that is. And also, one of the most important things that I really love about this conference versus the others I've been to is people are so honest. Like, they will talk about the bribes. They will talk about the problems. You get to know what it's like to really do business in Ghana with Ghanaians, and they don't fluff it over so that you're confused when you actually try to go do that work.
For diasporans, if you are here and you want to establish a business, having gone through the immigration process and then acquired a land and set up a business as an entrepreneur, you are also entitled to benefits when you retire.
The best way to describe Ghana is the story of 3 O's: opportunity, openness, and optimism.
So it's been a pleasure coming here to talk about returnees and coming back to Africa and sharing insightful experience. Since from the different panelists, it was a joy to talk with them, share my knowledge, and I wish I had access to a network like that when I came down. It wasn't that easy. Finding information was not as readily available as it is now. I come from France, so wherever you are coming from, come to Ghana. It's a very peaceful country, and GUBA Network will help you settle down.
It's been an amazing conference. There's been lots of great panelists so far sharing all kinds of different aspects of doing business in Ghana and investing in Ghana and just generally profiling and being a Ghanaian.
Hi everyone, my name is Priscilla Osei. I'm from the UK. I moved to America to do my MBA and I decided to stay there. For the past 2 years, I've been back to Ghana, establishing businesses, some short-term, some long-term. This is my first time in the GUBA conference and it's amazing. I'm actually very humbled with the amount of diasporans that have actually moved here. I feel privileged to actually have learned so much from the French community down to, the various other Western spaces. It doesn't take a lot to actually, come to Ghana and do something, but it takes a community, it takes networking to actually get to the destination you want to get to in terms of your business.
My name is Delali Kotoka and I work with PAngel, and I want to welcome everyone to this year's Diaspora Conversations Conference 2024. This year, 2024, we are here to support as well, and we are looking forward to help the diaspora community to remit money back into 11 African countries. We remit money from UK, Canada, Australia, the Europe, and we are looking forward to starting the US corridor as well. So join us and let's have fun, understand the concepts. In Ghana, GUBA has come to stay, and we will be always here to support GUBA through all that they do.
We play a big role in the development of the continent. What we bring to the table is a lot, but we need to be patient. When you do come to Ghana, you need to have that patience. It's not going to be something that comes overnight. You have to nurture it and you have to be consistent. And so if you haven't registered with the GUBA Diaspora Network, we are your soft landing to Ghana. We provide everything for you. We guide you, whether it's government officials that you want to meet, whether it's other people, other businesses, we help you with that.
Ecobank is the largest Pan-African bank. We are 33 countries, offices in Paris, other places. We welcome all of you from the diaspora. We welcome all protocol observed, will I say, government officials going to make things happen from today to the next years that we want to better the life of people in Africa. You are very much welcome. Denta and Cynthia and the team from Cuba. Good job done from 2021. I believe that there are more things to do. We are here. We are a bank. We are your partner. We welcome new people. We just want to tell you we have products and services from the consumer aspect, commercial or corporate, across the bank. Wherever you go from Ghana to any other African country, we are able to connect you to your banking objectives, whether for bank transfers, remittances, mortgages, think of anything you do. I'm the head of card services. My customers usually transact, they no more carry physical cash across Africa. They're able to seamlessly do any purchases from their cards, carry their cards wherever I make payments. Africa is the best place we have. I want to believe that all actors here, we can synergize, collaborate better, and make things happen for unity and development for the whole of Africa. Thank you very much for your time. Enjoy this auditorium, just like the guests have mentioned. Feel free to invite your friends. Feel free to coordinate and make sure that the diaspora network and all the relationships happen immediately. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much. And we appreciate you letting us use this space for this event. It's really comfortable, bright lights, and offers an opportunity to engage with Ecobank. Now, our first panel is one that will feature people who can answer some of the questions that the diaspora often have when it comes to regulations in Ghana. People want to know, who are the people in charge? Who are the government regulators? Who is it that they can go to for certain things? And thankfully, we'll be able to answer some of those questions today. Our first panel features 6 people. The first one is Chief Superintendent Simon Asare, who is the head of International Relations and Cooperation at Ghana Immigration Services. Surveyor Jones Ofori-Boadu, Deputy Executive Secretary, Corporate Services, Lands Commission of Ghana. Mr. Joseph Poku, Chief Actuary, Social Security and National Insurance Trust, which is known as SNIT. And then my boss, some of you may know, I work for Ghana Tourism Authority under the Beyond the Return Secretariat Office. My boss, Mr. Akwesi Ajaman, who is the CEO of Ghana Tourism Authority. We have Mr. Emmanuel Norte Bochwe, who is head of projects and programs at the Births and Deaths Registry in Ghana. I actually had to go there myself. Yes, I was born in Ghana, but I didn't have my birth certificate with me, so I had to go and get mine because it was in Canada. And then we have Dora Badu Achampong, who is Corporate Affairs Officer of the National Identification Authority. People often call it NIA. Now, this is a heavy-hitting panel we have here today. We will have an opportunity for Q&A once we get through this important conversation with everyone. When it comes to government regulations, a lot of times people will say things like, it's the government this, it's the government that, and they don't necessarily know all the rules and regulations. We make these blanket statements. I want to actually first start off with Ghana immigration, because one of the things that people often talk about when they want to come to Ghana is how they can first enter the country and then how they can stay in the country. And citizenship, residency, those are all things that people often ask about. So if you can answer perhaps the first question that I have is, if somebody's from the diaspora and they've never been to Ghana, what is the first step that they need to make when they decide they want to make a move to Ghana?
Thank you. If you are outside the country and you want to come to Ghana, in the first place, the first question is, how do I obtain my visa to come to Ghana? Depending on your location, we have Ghana missions scattered all over the continent, the world. You can apply for your visa if your city is closer to any of our missions. This is sometimes done online, or sometimes you go to the mission in person and you'll be issued with your visa. There are requirements you need to fulfill. As usual, you will need to provide certain information, your purpose for coming to Ghana, your personal details, addresses, and other information that may be required of you. When you are able to do that, your application will be processed and you'll be issued a visa. And then that enables you to travel to Ghana. On the other hand, if your location is far away from the Ghana mission, then there is another option for you. You can contact somebody in Ghana here. If you have a host here, then your host can apply for the emergency entry visa or visa on arrival on your behalf. And this has also got its own requirements. You provide your information to this host, who is a sort of a guarantor, who is going to sign your application. And after the visa is issued, this host will now send the visa to you because you require what we call pre-boarding requirement by the airlines. The airlines are going to ask you, where is your visa to Ghana? So you have to show that as an evidence, then you'll be able to come to Ghana. Quickly, let me address this, which I read on your program. Somebody asked, there was this dispensation of from 1st December up to 15th January, there wouldn't be any pre-boarding requirement. Yes, that was a dispensation granted. So from 1st December 2023 till 15th of January 2024, you can board any airline to Ghana, and when you arrive at the airport, you'll be issued with a visa and you pay a fee of $150. After 15th, you will need to go through the normal procedures of applying for your visa at the Ghana missions or at the Ghana Immigration Head Office through a host. Thank you.
I want to follow up with that because with that announcement being made, and a lot of people have been taking advantage of it, one thing that people have been asking was, will that allow them to come and go during that period when the visa on arrival is open until the 15th of this month?
Thank you. Within that period, anytime you come in, you can go out. And when you are coming back, remember, you still pay for a visa. There is another facility in place of that. When you enter, you are issued with a 30-day visa to stay. Now, you will want to travel maybe to a nearby country or to wherever you came from, and then you will be coming back to Ghana again. You can now go to the immigration headquarters, apply for what we call re-entry visa. In this wise, when this is issued to you and you go out, when you are coming back, you don't require any visa again, and you don't pay for any visa at the airport or at the entry point again, because you already have your re-entry visa and you'll be able to come in.
That re-entry visa, is that something that is always available? Because I remember in 2019, there was somebody who came and she traveled to Nigeria, and she was an American. And so now that she was in Nigeria and wanted to come back to Ghana, she was being refused boarding because she didn't get a multiple entry visa. So this re-entry, is that something that people can do anytime, or is it only now?
Anytime you are in Ghana and you want to travel out and come back again, that is the facility you can apply for. You have single re-entry visa, multiple re-entry. Usually the businessmen who travel often, the frequent flyers, they always apply for multiple re-entry visas so that it will enable them to fly in and out as often as they want to do within a certain period of time. That is within 6 months. Single re-entry visa means that when you go out and you come back once, it is single. It means you cannot use it any longer. It's the same way as the visas you apply in our missions. You can apply for a multiple entry visa or a single entry visa. Let me use the US as an example. The US will grant you 5 years multiple visa. Ghana also grants same. And it doesn't mean that when you have 5 years multiple visa and you enter Ghana, you can continue to stay in Ghana for 5 years. It is the same way you can't continue to stay in the US for 5 years because you have a 5 years multiple visa. When you arrive at the airport, the immigration officer, upon interrogation, upon questioning and your discussion, will know how long you actually want to stay, and you are entitled to 60 days maximum 30 days minimum. After which, if you intended to stay for a year or more, then you apply for what we call residence permit, depending on what you are doing, your purpose of stay. Or you can further ask for extension of your visitor's permit. Imagine you entered and you were granted 30 days or 60 days and you exhaust these days. You can apply for an extension of those days. You can apply for 90 days extension or even 6 months extension of your visitor's permit to stay in Ghana. You have 3 chances: first extension, second extension, and a final extension. After final extension, if you have any intention, you either apply for a resident permit or work permit to stay in Ghana, or you leave the country and then come back later on.
Thank you. I've learned some information today myself. So once they decide that they want to do residency, is that something that is an expensive process?
Thank you. That would depend on the purpose of your stay. Now, somebody is in Ghana only to school. So students, so we'll talk about students' permit. So your institution will grant you the admission letter, and then you will use your admission letter as an evidence to the immigration office, evidence that you have paid your school fees to school in Ghana, or you are on scholarship. You show evidence, and then you go through the necessary administrative formalities by completing application forms, and you'll be issued with a student permit of either 1 year or 2 years, depending on how long your course is going to take you. Now, aside students' permit, we have what we call dependent permit. Now, we have people who have come to Ghana and they are married to Ghanaians. Actually, marriages are investigated because people do what we call marriage of convenience just for documentation purposes. So we investigate actually to be sure this is a genuine marriage, and then we'll issue a permit to the dependent. It's either side, either the man or the woman will issue a dependent permit. On the other hand, maybe it's a man. He will say, no, I can't stay in Ghana as a dependent on my wife. I will want to work. So in that sense, there is what we call work permit, which will also be issued to the husband or the wife to enable the person to stay in Ghana and work. Children are also issued with dependent permit as well. Then an individual, especially in the case of diaspora, who have come to Ghana, sometimes an individual has retired from the US, from the Caribbean, anywhere, and then decide, I want to settle in Ghana. I'm an African. So when he comes, what we do, usually, they go through the office of the president, the diasporan unit in the office of the president. They come to us with introductory letters from the office of the president, and then they complete our forms, and then we grant them permit to resettle in Ghana. They depend on their retirement benefits. So such categories, we grant them permit to stay. And there are diasporans who have set up their businesses in Ghana. I have a friend who came all the way from Jamaica, and he has a business in around Osu. So he used his business documentation, applied for a work permit, and then he's Ghana doing his business. Others too have huge capital. So you register your business, you go to Ghana Investment Promotion Center, who also have their requirements. You fulfill their requirements, then they will issue to you a document which we refer to as a quota, which enables you, depending on the amount of money you've contributed. I don't want to make any error. The GIPC expert is here, so he will speak to that. And then they will issue you with that, which enables you to employ an expatriate. If you are an expatriate yourself, you want to bring additional experts to come and work in Ghana, depending on their requirements. Immigration will take that letter from you, from the investment center, and then will issue you the required permit to work in Ghana. In all cases, we are a security institutions, and we do a lot of checks, background checks, to ensure that we are not admitting or granting permits to terrorists or people who are of security threats to our country.
Great, thank you. You've been very thorough. In your role as the head of international relations, are you involved in some of the processes of people when they come and do their applications?
Thank you. Usually, my office facilitates the diasporans permit. But in my office, we don't process permit. But usually, our relations with the diasporan affairs, our relations with the Ghana Tourist Authority, they usually issue letters. And when such letters comes, we detail officers from international relations to assist them in getting their permits done. But they are processing departments where you go, you pay the required fee, and then they process it for you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure people will have a lot of questions in the Q&A section. So I want to move on to Surveyor Jones Ofori Badu about land. Land. How many of you in here are looking to get land in Ghana, or if you have land already? A few. And land is something that is very significant, especially for the diaspora, because you feel like you're owning a piece of Africa, especially coming from environments where maybe it's not as easily accessible and you feel like it's out of reach. But in Ghana, it's something that you may hope and dream about. But the other thing about land in Ghana that I know is I recently heard that it's about 80% of the issues in court have to do with land. And oftentimes we can avoid some of the disputes that may occur. So it's wonderful that we have someone from Lands Commission here today. So the first question I have is about how to acquire and register land in Ghana. What are some of the things that people need to avoid to ensure that they have all the proper documentation and they're going through the right channels?
As she rightly said, land is very critical for everybody, not only for diasporans, but even for Ghanaians as well, the indigenes. And so when it comes to the issue of land, everybody is like very alert, you know. Let me start from the land ownership structure in Ghana. So the ownership structure is such that we have 20% of the land mass owned by government, and then 80% owned by the chiefs, traditional authorities, families, clans, and individuals. So 80% is owned by this group of people. Now, talking about the structure of the land owning groups. So you have public lands, which I said are about 20% of the land mass. And out of the public lands, we have state lands and vested lands. Those are the two categories. And then when you come to the other areas, we have family lands, stool lands, and clan lands, and individual lands as well. The types of interest in land, we have several types of interest in land. So we have the allodial title. If I say the allodial title, we're talking about groups that have large tracts of land. So let's say a chief could have an allodial title, or the stool could have an allodial title, which will cover a large tract of land, which can grant interest to other people. And then we have leasehold, we have license, and then we have tenancy and types of interest in land. Now, talking about how to acquire land in Ghana, I think that is the critical question that everybody would want to ask, when you want to acquire land. So first of all, before you acquire land, you would want to identify an area that you think you have an interest. Okay, so first of all, you identify that area that you have an interest in. And then once you identify that area, you deal with the owner of that particular property. So it could be a chief, it could be a family head, it could be an individual, it could be a clan head, who owns that property within that area. Once you identify that person, first of all, you need to visit the area and see whether you like it. Do your own personal checks in the area to see whether it meets your purpose. But that doesn't end it. You don't pay just when you visit the site. Oh, this is a beautiful site. You have a good scenery and everything, and then there and then you bring up money and you pay. No, you don't do that. You look at the area, yes, you like it, but you need to do further checks to be sure that the land is credible for you to acquire. So first of all, you need to get a plan for the site, what we call a site plan. So when you have had a chat with the landowner, you request for a site plan. What I would advise is when you have agreed on where you want to acquire, it would be good to get a professional surveyor to do a site plan for you to cover that piece that you want to acquire. Reason being that most of the time, the site plan that the vendor might give to you might not represent the exact position that he's given to you. And therefore, if you use it for any transaction, you'll be referring to a different location on the ground. So it is best for you to get a qualified surveyor to come in and do the site plan for you. Now, when the site plan is done, normally these qualified surveyors are what we call licensed surveyors. They are accredited by the Lands Commission. Okay? These surveyors are accredited by the Lands Commission. So if you're in doubt, contact the Lands Commission. We have a register or a list of all the licensed surveyors who are accredited, and we can suggest one of them to you to get this done for you. Once the plan is done, the next thing you need to do is to check on the ownership of the land. So Chief A says, I own all this tract of land. How do you ascertain that what he's telling you is the truth? So with a site plan, you come to the Lands Commission and conduct what we call a search. We call it a consolidated search now. So you come to the Lands Commission, and then we would, with the site plan, conduct a search, and through our records, we'll be able to tell you who is the rightful owner of the parcel. And after you've gotten that information, you also need to be sure of the land use for the area. So every area in Ghana is planned. So they are planned for several uses and for several purposes. So depending on what you want to use the land for, if you want to use the land for an industry or for a factory, then you need to acquire a land in an industrial area. You cannot put up a factory within a residential area. So that is very critical for you to know. You go to the assembly, either the municipal assembly or the district assembly, which covers the area within which you want to acquire your land, and then make a search for the land use. And with that, you need the same site plan that was done for you to do the search at the municipal assembly. And they will tell you what land use has been planned for that area. And then when you have satisfied yourself with all this information and it's coming out positive, so you did the search and it shows the person who really wants to sell the land to you, he's the same person in the records of the Lands Commission. That box is ticked, and then you go to the assembly, and then you get the land use for that area. You tick that box as well. Then you can start negotiating on price. Okay, you can start negotiating on price, and then agree with a seller on the price that is appreciable to you. But even there, I would advise that you consult with professionals. There are professionals in the industry who can help you. Okay, so if you talk to the Lands Commission, we can refer you to some professionals who can help you. There are private institutions who do this business as well, and we can refer you to the right people so you don't fall into the wrong hands. After you've negotiated on the price, then you need to go into a contractual agreement. And with the agreement, there is a document that the landowner will give to you, which we normally call the indenture. So he will give you the indenture with all the citation and all the covenants that are relevant within that area, within the indenture. There again, it will be good to speak to a lawyer because these documents are prepared by the lawyers. So they are the professionals who can assist you to get the right covenants within the document. Before I came here, I was having a chat with one of the ladies, and she was asking me, and I was saying that, the covenants are very important. Most of the time, we get the document and we don't even read what the covenants are. But like the renewal clause and all that, you need to be very particular about all those clauses so that you are not shortchanged. Then, after you have gotten the indenture or the document, the agreement, you have to then go through the process of transfer of ownership. And with transfer of ownership, you need to come to the Lands Commission, submit your document, and then it goes through a process for the ownership to be transferred into your name. And that will be it after you've done the transfer of ownership.
Okay.
Thank you.
And a question I have, because I know you mentioned that the lands issues are, both Ghanaians as well as people who come from the diaspora and other places. But I think that Ghanaians in particular, living here and having family members, they know that there's issues with land. And sometimes when the diaspora come in, there's this feeling like, oh, they're duping me, they're duping us. But that's not the case. It's something that is just a general issue within the country. What is it that you do, if the Land Commission does this, to help guide diasporans in better understanding the systems?
Yeah, thank you very much. So, like I said whilst I was talking, there are professionals who can guide you in doing these transactions. When you go out there, there are a lot of agents, there are a lot of middlemen, and they would offer to help you, okay? But it is best if you deal with professionals. You come to the Lands Commission, we can lead you to the right professionals who can help you to do these transactions. And also, like I said, there are institutions which are well-versed in dealing with land transactions, as against individuals who call themselves agents who would lead you astray sometimes. So it is best if you deal with the institutions, more especially with the Lands Commission. We can give you the pointers as to where to go so that you don't fall into the wrong hands. If you go outside Accra, Lands Commission is nationwide. So we have our headquarters in Accra, but in all the 16 regions, if you want to acquire land in any of the 16 regions, we have officers in the regions, okay? So once you get to the office, they will direct you and give you some guidance as to who are the right people to deal with so you don't fall into the wrong hands. Thank you.
And final question from me is there anything that can be done to help avoid your land being resold? Because that's happened to people before. I know somebody who it's happened to.
Yes, so what you can do to avoid your land being resold is to go through the right process. Okay, as I enumerated the process, you make sure that you get the right site plan, which reflects the exact position of the ground where you are purchasing. And then you do your search at the Lands Commission. You have all the information from the Lands Commission records indicating that the person selling the land to you is actually the person who is, captured in the records of the Lands Commission. You make sure that the land use is for the purpose. If you want to build a residential property, the land use for that area is for residential. If you want to build an industry, the land use is actually for an industrial area. If you go through this process, you are covered. So even if there's a contest and it goes to court, you are covered by the process that you've gone through. And you will not lose out.
Wonderful. Thank you. Now, Mr. Joseph Poku, Chief Actuary, Social Security National Insurance Trust, SNIT. I'm sure there's people who move to Ghana and they keep hearing SNIT and they don't know what it is. I know when I first came to Ghana without my parents in 1998, I'm dating myself now, and they would say, oh, they live in the SNIT flats, SNIT this, SNIT that. And at the time I didn't know. Of course I know now, but what is the role of SNIT for people who don't know? What's the role in Ghana?
Thank you very much. So, Social Security National Insurance Trust, that's what we call SNIT. So, SSNIT. We are established by law, and at the moment we are under the law, Act 766, which is the National Pensions Act of 2008. Basically, it is to provide, we are to provide income security for all workers in Ghana. That includes those who are not even Ghanaians. So as far as you work in Ghana, our job is to make sure that your retirement income is secured. So that is what I can say, basically what SNIT does.
Okay.
And in doing so, we have different benefits that we provide when you go on retirement or even before retirement. So the one everybody knows, by the way, it's not about projects, it's not about the SNIT flats. It used to be like that. Everybody knows, oh, SNIT flats. When we talk about SNIT, oh, those who build the mansions and the flats. No. That is just part of the investment that we undertake in order to get the funds to pay anybody who goes on retirement. Our basic job is to provide income security for all workers in Ghana. For diasporans, if you are here and you want to establish a business, having gone through the immigration process and then acquired a land and set up a business as an entrepreneur, you are also entitled to benefits when you retire. First of all, you need to register with SNIT. So you find an office, a nearby SNIT office, and you introduce yourself, and with your credential, you will be asked to, by the way, if you have a Ghana card, that makes it simple. Because now we use a Ghana card, that's the NIE card, as your identification, the mode of identification. So once you get that, it's your social security number. So we just register you, and then you declare your income. The income or your earnings you make per month, or if you like, the annual. Because you are an individual, you are an entrepreneur, you might not have a fixed income, an amount that you can say, every month I pay myself, let's say 100 cedis or 1,000 cedis. But you can have an estimate. Say annually is like 12,000 cedis, for example. And that will be declared at the onset, and you pay contributions based on the declaration of the said amount. So, for example, if you are declared 1,000 cedis a month, then you are supposed to pay a total contribution of 8.5% as an individual. 8.5% of the earning that you have declared. Out of the 18.5%, SNIT takes 11%. Actually, we take 13.5%, and 2.5% is remitted to the NHIS, National Health Insurance Scheme, on your behalf. So that serves as your insurance cover, health insurance cover. So the 13.5% that SNIT collects, or that SNIT you pay to SNIT, 2.5% of that goes to the National Health Insurance on your behalf, and SNIT keeps the 11%. The other 5% will go for a second tier, because we have 3-tier schemes that we are running at the moment. So the first tier is mandatory. You need to pay, and then that is the 13.5% I talked about. And the second tier, which is also mandatory, but that is not coming to SNIT, is 5%. So that 5% goes to your second tier that you elect as an individual. They are fund managers and trustees all over, registered under the National Pensions Regulatory Authority. So you can do business with them. They will invest their money, and when you go on retirement, they will pay you a bulk or a lump sum of money. Now, the 11% that comes to SNIT entitles you to various benefits. The number one is the old age pension. We pray that everybody gets old and retires. You don't want to, drop, touch wood before you retire. So once you retire and you are not going to be actively involved in your business right now, SNIT will have to come in and give you a monthly pension till you die. Amazing. So the 11% that comes to us, we will invest that money until you retire. Your retirement is at 60 years compulsory. or 55 years up to before 60 years. You can retire anytime. So once you retire, Senate will pay you till you die. Now, if you don't retire and let's say you become invalid, permanently invalid, that's you're incapable of any gainful employment. Again, there is a facility, a benefit for you, which you call the invalidity pension. So we can put you, it doesn't matter the age, you can be 24, 25. Once you contribute for 12 months within the last 36 months before the occurrence of that particular event, that is an invalidity, Senate will put you on pension for life. And the good thing is, even if miraculously you get healed somewhere along the lifetime, being on pension, the invalidity pension for say 10 years, and you get healed, you can come back to Senate, and it's assumed you haven't been paid anything at all, and continue to contribute where you left off until you qualify for another benefit. Let's say old age retirement benefit, and then since you put you on pension again. That's how the scheme has been designed. The last one, or the last but one, is if, for example, you are working, touch wood, and you pass on, you pass away, Senate will have to come in and pay your dependents. That is not even a pension, it's a one-time payment, a lump sum that will be computed based on the earnings that you declared at the onset. And that is the benefit that you get with the 11% contribution that comes to Senate. For those who are registered in Ghana as non-Ghanaians, if you come here and register as a non-Ghanaian and you contribute up to a point and you are leaving the country for good, or you leave the country permanently, you can apply for your benefits and we can compute that and pay that one to you lump sum as your benefits, and you leave the country, and that means you don't have any plans of coming back. So these are the benefits that your 11% that will come to Senate will entitle you to. So it is important that you secure your future as you work and invest in the age that you are energetic to work, put in the effort to work, but at the same time, save towards the future. You bring the 11% and you get a minimum of 37.5% of the income that you are earning. So when it comes to the benefits, if you allow me 1 second, we look at the best 3 years of your annual income, the best 3 years of your entire working life. So if your entire working life, we pick the best years out of it, find the average, and use that to compute your benefits for you. And the second factor is that if you contribute for more than 15 years, the minimum you can contribute to get pension is 15 years in aggregate, or 180 months. Now, if you do that 180 months, you're entitled to 37.5% of your average of the 3 best years annual salaries you were on. But if you do any additional month, it gives you additional percentage. For example, if you do one more year, you get 1.125% more of the 37.5, all the way up to 60%. So you can earn as much as 60% of the declared salaries and the best of all the best salaries that you can earn. And that is how your pension is going to start. Lots more. After we put you on pension, every single year, that amount is reviewed. There's something we call indexation. We review the pension upwards to match, to make sure that your purchasing power is maintained. And in fact, let me take this opportunity to announce to you that even next week, we'll be announcing the new pension review rates. So that are for those who are on pension before the end of the year. So those who are on pension as of December last month, their pensions are going to be reviewed based on the economic situation and what has transpired over the previous year. And we adjust the pension upwards. It's going to be adjusted upwards every year until whatever happens to you. So this is how best the scheme takes care of all the members that are registered under.
You mentioned that when they're leaving the country, they can apply for when they're leaving. But what if they're leaving the country, but they have in their mind that they're going to come back at some point, and there's like a big gap of time in between? When they come back, are they still able to get access to that money? Because people leave Ghana, they work for so many years, then they come back and they say they want to come and retire in Ghana, but there may be that gap in between.
Okay, so there can be a gap. It doesn't matter. So if you contribute now, let's say you are registering for the first time here, and as a non-Ghanaian, and then you start contributing like 5-10 years, and you leave, but you have intention of coming back, you don't need to apply for the benefits. You can come back and continue from there until you get to age 60. Or you can apply for the benefits now and get all your entitlement. If you ever come back after couple of years, say 15, 5, 10 years, you will not be entitled to anything, any benefits. But you'll be paid because you'll be paid already. So once you are paid, and you are not going to be enrolled again. So if you don't have any intentions of coming back, you don't need to apply for your benefits whilst you are leaving Ghana. It is for those who are leaving permanent, who want to retire elsewhere but Ghana. So those are the ones who are entitled to the benefits. But if you want to retire in Ghana, you can contribute, hold on, go back, do whatever you want to do, come back and continue until you are age 60. Then you can get your benefits and you put on pension. In that case, you don't be paid a lump sum amount. You be paid a regular pension like any Ghanaian who is entitled to pension. That's the good news.
Great. Thank you very much. And so next is CEO of Ghana Tourism Authority, Mr. Akwesi Adjaman. And I'm sure many of you hear a lot about Ghana Tourism Authority, particularly the last few years with the initiative of the Year of Return in 2019, and then in 2020, Beyond the Return, a Decade of African Renaissance, which a lot of the diaspora connect with. So today he is going to talk a bit about GTA's role. First, I want to know, what is the role of Ghana Tourism Authority? Because some people don't know that, firstly. And then GTA's role in supporting diasporans when they do come to Ghana.
Right. Thank you very much. The Ghana Tourism Authority is a creation of Parliament. We derive our authority from Act 817 of 2011. And our four key areas of our work are: one, marketing of the destination Ghana. And so we are the authority or the organization in charge of tourism promotion. And we do that through several fairs, exhibitions, events, engagements, both here domestically and also internationally. The second work that we do is product development and investment. And so through that, we ensure that the tourist sites, the public ones, are up to a certain standard, international standard. And also we work with private sector who want to come into the area of tourism. And so whether it's land acquisition, licensing and all that in terms of products, we work with them. Then we also do standards and quality assurance. We are the authority that grants licenses for those who want to establish businesses in the industry, tourism and hospitality industry. And so whether it's food, beverage, or entertainment, restaurants, chop bars, beer bars, lounges, pubs, we are the agency you come to first to get a license, whether it's also accommodation to guest houses, budget hotels, and all that. And we do the classification. So we will look at your facility and say this qualifies to be a 1-star, 2-star, 3-star based on the classification metrics that we have, which is international. So a 5-star in Ghana is a 5-star everywhere. There's international benchmarks that we follow. And finally, we do research, monitoring, and evaluation. And so we work very closely with Ghana Immigration Service to gather data. We have what we call a tourism satellite account, which looks at all the various indices in the industry. Visits, accommodation facilities, occupancy rates, all the things that you're required to make a business decision if you want to come into the industry. For academic purposes, we work with academia to provide information. How much are people spending when they come here? So that an investor who wants to come into, let's say, accommodation will know that this is the number of days people spend here. And so these are the areas they are visiting. They are going to, let's say, Kakum. If I want to establish a hotel, that will be a good catchment area because we'll provide you the number of visitors that go to that area and all that. So those are the four key areas of our work. Since 2019, we've been the coordinating agency for the Year of Return and also Beyond the Return. And so with that, we have a secretariat, which is headed by Annabelle. I can see her here, Annabelle Mackenzie herself, a diaspora who has now returned to Ghana and is a Ghanaian citizen now. Ivy also works in the Beyond the Return Secretariat. And that secretariat actually has become the coordinating point for all the work that we do with the diaspora. So they work very closely with the Office of Diaspora, with Immigration, with GIPC, with all the other agencies that have something to do with business investment, because the return sits on 7 pillars, some to do with investment, some to do with giving back to Ghana, brand Ghana, how we can market ourselves and all that. And so, in a nutshell, that is the work that we do. But we work very closely with all the other agencies because if you want to, let's say, establish a hotel, before we grant you the license, you need so many other reports. You need a police report. So we work with Ghana Police Service. You need environmental uh, uh, reports, assessment done. So we work with EPA. You want to get your food license. So we work with FDA. So we work with all the other agencies. And so through our office, we have what we call the business advisory unit where you can come in, walk to them, and then seek information on what you want to do. I mean, we're still developing a lot more regulations. So when it comes to things like spas, event centers, everything comes under the tourism authority. We are the primary regulator there, but we will hold your hand, make sure that the other agencies also come to the table. Then you can have your peace of mind to do your business. We've seen that increasingly the diaspora that are coming in are investing in that area. So if you go to, let's say, the central region, the Cape Coast area, you see a lot more restaurants coming up, eateries and other things. And most of the time, the investors are diasporans, whether Ghanaians or historical diasporans who have come in to invest in that area. Thank you.
When it comes to the diasporans coming and investing in tourism, do they have to go to GTA as well as GIPC as far as how they're going to register their business?
Yes, I mean, GIPC is your primary call when you have an investor. If coming in, you want to go there and make sure that you have all the incentives, if any, that are available for the type of business you are setting up, and to also register your business that you are setting in. Because if you want to repatriate your profits at the end of the day, you want to be sure that there's transparency in terms of the money that you brought into the country. But after all that, you will still need a license to operate. So our focus is more of the license to give you the license to operate. And so we have teams that go around, advise. I mean, we are advised to people in the first point of call, apart from GIPCs, to come and register your business with us, because then you can get free advice. There are people who want to set up hotels and they don't know how to do it. They don't know what to go about. We have architects in-house. We have business advisors in-house who will tell you, okay, this is the area. We know the terrain. We will tell you, for example, if you want to set up a facility in this area, they will advise you the do's, the don'ts, and the things that you probably need to have in place to do that. So yes, come to us, but go to GIPC if you want. You're coming in as an investor. Yeah.
And as one of the, I think you're the longest standing CEO with Ghana Tourism Authority. You've seen the change over the years in tourism. So I would love to know, what impact have you seen the diaspora has made on tourism in Ghana?
I mean, I think over the last few years, the data shows that a lot more people are investing in the sector. I mean, last year alone, we had, with accommodation, about 332 new registrations. And if you look at it, about 80% of these were diasporans who have come in wanting to set up hotels, restaurants, hospitality businesses. I mean, I believe because it's a low-hanging fruit for a lot of people, it's easy. I mean, if you want to set up a food business, it doesn't take much. I mean, it's different if you want to set up a factory, you need machinery and all that. But here, if you have you buy a facility or you buy real estate, you buy a house, you can turn it into a guest house easily. And so people are investing in that area. I mean, because also the number of visitors are going up. I mean, occupancy rates are going up in every aspect of the sector. And so people are investing in the hospitality sector. So we've seen the growth and we believe that it's going to even grow more. If you go to areas like Laboni, Cantonments, Osu, the evidence is there on ground. We see almost every day there are new facilities coming up. But we also work with EPA to make sure that these facilities are coming in, but it's not inconveniencing residents in the area. So to the point that was raised by Lands Commission, we need to make sure that we work with the operators. I mean, the land use of the areas are considered. So if you want to have a pub or a lounge somewhere, you need to talk to us. We need to engage with the assembly to make sure that you get the right permits before you set up. Other than that, you have a residential area and somebody goes in there, puts up a nightclub, and in the night it becomes an issue. Sometimes we have had to work with operators, work with residents associations to make sure that there's peace.
Thank you. Now, moving on to Mr. Emmanuel Note Potre, Head of Projects and Programs at Births and Deaths Registry in Ghana. Births and deaths is so important. What is your role with Births and Deaths Registry?
Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you very much for this question. I was smiling because we are a very important agency. We welcome you into this world, and when you exit, we would also say bye-bye to you. Let me say that the Birth and Death Registry is established by law, and the Registration of Birth and Death Act 2020, Act 1027. We were established as an agency after the first post-independence census. Registration of birth and death started in this country as far back 1888. So we have a lot of historic records for the diaspora. Those who would want to do some research about their families during the colonial times. It used to be death registration, and in 1912, we started birth registration. So we have quite a number of data there that can be researched upon. And our mandate is to ensure that we record continuously, permanently, all births, all deaths that occur within the boundaries of Ghana, register them, and also issue certificates to them. This includes members of the diaspora. Once you live in Ghana and you have a birth in Ghana, we are mandated to record that birth and issue a birth certificate for that child. The same way, if someone passes on, we are mandated to report, to record that death and also issue a certificate to that death. We are in all 16 regions of Ghana, and our offices are located in all 261 districts of the country. Registration is done within the location, the geographical location that the event occurred. So for instance, if a birth occurred in Accra Metropolitan, then the registration will be done within the boundaries of Accra Metropolitan and nowhere else. These have statistical, geographical, and demographic implications in terms of statistics. I've been listening to all the speakers, and all the data they want, we have it. I mean, if they want to make projections, before you go to immigration, you have to pass through the birth and death registry to get to a level in life before you can travel. So we are very key institutions. Requirements are simple. Registration processes are very simple. For birth, once the delivery happens in a health facility, the mother is given a maternal health record book that has some statistics on the mother's maternal records, and then when the child is delivered, that is all you need to have your child registered. So for us, we would request to see evidence of the delivery, and then we have a questionnaire that we have to complete, birth registration form 4. We interview you, get additional information, and within a space of 20 minutes, the registration processes are over. We issue the child with a birth certificate. The same applies to death. Once the event occurred in a health facility, the medical practitioner who was in last attendant to the deceased will have to issue a medical certificate of cause of death. Once you receive that, you report to the nearest birth and death office, who would ask for additional information. And in a space of 20-25 minutes, we should be done with the registration and issue with the death certificate. We also keep an archive, records of all the events that were recorded, and we are now digitally Our operations are now digital. So you can, yes, you can have access to registration facilities. We have an online portal that you can visit us and then drop your applications and we can attend to you. We are trying to reach out to everywhere and make the registration processes simple. As we speak now, we are integrating also with the health service and also the National Identification Authority. So once you have a child in the hospital will now send us direct notification about the birth of that child. And digitally, we can complete the registration and then NIA will pick up the registered child and also issue a unique identification number for the child. So for the diaspora community, let me say our services are now accessible. We are open online and you can also visit any of our registration centers. And the processes are simple. We are keeping it simple as much as we can. There have been some times where we think that once I have a child here in Ghana, then it means the child is a Ghanaian. And the answer is a yes and a no. It's a yes and a no depending on the status of the individual in the country. If the individual is already naturalized and has taken on a Ghanaian nationality, then that child has the benefit of every Ghanaian child. But if that has not been done, then it means you have to go a step further. There are processes that you need to go through to confer the Ghanaian nationality on that child.
What if one parent is Ghanaian and the other parent is the diasporan? What's the case there?
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. Depend on the status of the couple. That will determine the nationality of that particular child. So it's differ from you don't have one straight jacket that once the delivery is happening, but it is mandatory that once the child is born here, the birth has to be registered by us, and then we issue a birth certificate to that child, giving evidence that the child was delivered in Ghana, and the child have also added to the population of the children of Ghana. Let's bear in mind that that child would attend hospitals, would attend school. So the data on that child is very key. So reporting the birth of your children as soon as they are born is key for us to complete the registration processes and have a birth certificate to that effect.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear it's gone digital.
Yes.
Because when I wanted to, because I was born here, but I became a Canadian citizen growing up there. And when I came to Ghana, I remember it was in 2012 and I didn't have my birth certificate. And I went to the births and deaths office and they pulled out this big book from, the guy went to like the back and pulled out this big book and he opens it and he had to flip through like individual pages where they had everybody marked down because he was like, the year you were born, it was a long time ago. So they've compiled it all into a book. So it was really time consuming going through every page of that book. So I'm glad to hear that it's digital and more accessible for people to find the information going forward. Congratulations.
Yes. So the digital processes I'm trying to explain is your application process, you can do it online.
Okay. I thought you were saying now it's being kept like in a database.
Yes. So we have an electronic database. It is not open to the public.
Right, of course.
Yes, but the public portal, you can go to the public portal, apply for the service, you pay online. We are linked to the Ghana.gov platform. So you can, in the comfort of your home, do your application, upload whatever additional documents you need to upload online, do your payment online and submit.
Good.
And we have options. If you want a pickup, if you want your final product to be shipped to you, it depends. It's an option for the individual. So that depends on the individual and how you want your final product to be delivered to you.
Good, great. Thank you. Very good information, especially about the births of the children. Anybody who's giving birth here, and it's happening more often. More people are making Ghana home, so it's wonderful. Next, we have Dora Badu Achampong, who's the Corporate Affairs Officer of the National Identification Authority. Thank you for coming today. I want to know, for people who may not know, what is the role of the NIA?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. The National Identification Authority, NIA, plays a crucial role in shaping the comprehensive national identification system of Ghana. And at the heart of this national identification system or identity system is the Ghana card. And as mandated by law, we are a creature of statute, just as GTA and Beth and Death mentioned. We are also a creature of statute. And we are mandated, one, to register all Ghanaians. So wherever you are, whether you are abroad or at home here in Ghana, we register you onto the database. Two is we issue you a Ghana card. So after registration, our second mandate is to give you a Ghana card. That is the nickname for the system that we run, the Ghana card. And not only Ghanaians, but also foreigners who are permanently resident in Ghana. So Ghanaians in the diaspora, our diasporans are covered when we say that we are registering and issuing Ghanaians with a Ghana card, and also foreigners who are permanently resident in Ghana. The third mandate is for us to create and manage the database. So we have a database of all the people that we have registered and continue to register, and also ensure the confidentiality, security of these data that we have collected. And finally, the law also allows us to share data with some user agencies. So when Mr. Opo, who was from SNIT, was talking about Joseph, mentioned that we have merged the NIA and the SNIT database. So people who are on SNIT, once they have their Ghana card, that is linked. So the harmonization is there and we are able to share a data. Now, why do you need the Ghana card? And again, as a creature of statute, the law requires that wherever identity is to be established, the Ghana card is required, shall be required. And there are 17 mandatory uses of the Ghana card. One, the Ghana card is not mandatory for you to go and register. In simple terms, it's not compulsory. You can choose to register for the Ghana card or not. But there are 17 plus mandatory uses that requires that you show or present your Ghana card. And one of them is, let me start from immigration. To identify you as a proof of identity, who you are, you need the Ghana card. Lands Commission, when you are buying land or selling a property or buying, you need the Ghana card. When you want to access SNET, you need a Ghana card. Goes on, birth certificates, passports. When you want to apply for your Ghana passport, you need the Ghana card. So it's very important that you get the Ghana card. And now, how do you acquire the Ghana card? It's simple. Once you are able to establish that you are Ghanaian, and the speaker mentioned that for us and as Ghanaians, you can tell you are Ghanaian when you can trace your citizenship through a parent or a grandparent. So if I am Ghanaian and my husband is American or Canadian, by virtue of me being Ghanaian, my child is Ghanaian. And so the child can acquire Ghanaian citizenship. Let's take it a grandparent. So my mother is Ghanaian, my father is not Ghanaian. And my grandparent or myself, I married, let's say, a Lebanese. But my child, because the child is able to trace his citizenship to a grandparent who is Ghanaian, not the two, just one, the child is able to acquire or be issued with a Ghana card. And for NIA, it's important that when you want to prove your identity wherever you may be, you need a Ghana card. When you pick your Ghana card, for those who have already registered for their Ghana card, you see there are lots of features on the Ghana card. The chip embedded contains 14 applets. And so with the user agencies that we have onboarded, the government institutions that we work with. So we have your passport at the point of registration. When you presented your passport, is scanned, is on the Ghana card. Your birth certificate that you sent to the registration center is scanned. There are a lot of fields asking you for your residential address, your name of your parents, next of kin, all those information, we have it on the Ghana card. So the card that you have is also an e-passport. It has an e-passport profile. So for Ghanaians in Ghana who want to travel to ECOWAS, sub-region for business and all that, you'll be able to travel with your Ghana card without a paper passport. Now this backdates to NIA was established in 2006. During President Kufuor's era, we started registration of Ghanaians. Now, in 2015, ECOWAS had asked that every country under ECOWAS have a card signifying or symbolizing that you are from ECOWAS sub-region. And NIA or Ghana had already started issuing Ghanaians with Ghana card. So the leaders went back to negotiate with them so that we will have 2-in-1. So when you pick your Ghana card, you see ECOWAS identity card on top of it. And when you visit other countries, you go to Cote d'Ivoire, countries under ECOWAS, they have the ECOWAS card and their identity card. But for us in Ghana, we have the 2-in-1. And for Ghanaians, first-time issuance, if you are here and you are going to any of our offices, district office or regional offices, issuance is free. But if we are going to register Ghanaians abroad, which I'll get to, then there is a fee attached to it. If you want to update your records, when I was registering, I was not married. And let's say a year later or 3 months, I marry and I've changed my name, I've gazetted my name. When I go to the office, they'll be able to update my records for me. Now, for you to get the Ghana card, you have to first present yourself. And you need either your passport, a valid Ghanaian passport, or a birth certificate. And in the absence of these two documents, if you do not have a passport or a birth certificate, anyone at all who is family related by blood or marriage can vouch for you that this is my husband. We are married, and so I can vouch for my husband. This is my brother. Because I have the Ghana card, I can also vouch for my brother to get the Ghana card. And there is a rule for people who have acquired citizenship. Once you have certificates of acquired citizenship, you are also Ghanaian. And so the law takes care of you to be able to get the Ghana card. Now we have cards for non-citizens. So it looks similar, similar features on the non-citizen card, but it's in red ink, inscription on it that this is a non-citizen. When immigration was speaking, he mentioned that when you are here for less than 90 days, 3 months with your passport, you'll be able to navigate and access facilities and all that. But if you're going to be in Ghana for more than 90 days or a permanent resident, you need the Ghana card. And so for a foreigner who is not Ghanaian, the law requires that you register and be issued with the non-citizen Ghana card. We have same card for refugees in Ghana, and theirs is in blue ink. And we are able to register Ghanaians in place of detention and all that. Now, the registration process, when we started the new Ghana card in 2017, we phased it into 3: registration of Ghanaians 15 and above, and registration of Ghanaians below age 15, registration of Ghanaians in the diaspora. Registration of Ghanaians in 15, according to the population census, the total population is about 31 million. And the total population of Ghanaians above 15, it's around 19 million. And when we started in 2018 up until now, we've been able to register more than 17.69 million Ghanaians and issue them with the Ghana card. Issue about over 16 million Ghanaians with the Ghana card. Now the plan, the next steps is to register Ghanaians below age 15. And with that, we have also phased into 2. So we have the registration of Ghanaians between 0 and 6, not 6 years, but before age 6. And this is being done in collaboration with the Birth and Death Registry and the Ghana Health Service. So, and in Ghana here, when a child gets to about 6 weeks, the child is identified. That is when a child is given a name. So when you are taking your child to the hospital, what we call weighing, there, the birth and death officers and Ghana Health Service will register the child and issue the child with a unique personal identification number. Now, the third phase or group of people is the Ghanaians between age 6 and 15. And this is also being done in collaboration with National Health Insurance Authority and Ghana Education Service and other relevant agencies in Ghana to ensure that whenever they are, your child will be identified. And once you are able to identify yourself, all this issue of identity theft, fraud is reduced drastically. With what we do at NIA, your data is secured. And I mentioned that by law, we are to protect and manage the national database, ensure confidentiality. So right from the conceptualization, the design of the system itself, there are levels of security. So there cannot be two persons in the Ghana, in our system. Typical example is someone registered. I registered in 2007 during President Kufuor's time when we started the Ghana card registration. My name was Dora Bedu Owusu Adoma. Owusu Adoma, not hyphenated, Owusu and Adoma. 2023, I go to the office to register again. And this time around, I bring a hyphen between the Owusu and Adoma. The system will detect that someone is trying to register again. So it will seize your card until investigation has been conducted to ascertain that it is the same person. So we can have same name, Dora Bedu Champong or Dora Owusu Adoma in the records, but the person, it will be two different persons because of the 10 fingerprints that we capture, their biometrics, your iris, your face. We take all those details. And when you administer your finger on it, it will pop up, your information will pop up to say that, yes, you are indeed who you say you are. So the issue of identity theft and duplication is also taken care of. Now, the NIA also, as part of our processes, we make sure that we engage with people and communication. And one of the platforms is this very laudable Diaspora Conversations Conference, to be able to engage with Ghanaians in the diaspora, Ghanaians at home, and wherever they may be. And so when we started, we engaged with as key stakeholders. We met with Ghana Bar Association, traditional rulers, religious leaders, the former presidents of Ghana, all people who matter, who were supposed to know. We went to churches, we went to funeral grounds, market squares to engage with the people, to apprise them on what the NIA set out to do. And with this continuous education, stakeholder engagement augmented by traditional and social media efforts, we're able to engage with our people in Ghana. So yes, the Ghana card is very important for every Ghanaian. As you are here, you can get it. We've set up and through the GUBA Diaspora network. We have our offices outside. You can go there if you have the requisite document to be able to register. But this is a premium service. So we have the premium service, we have the standardized service. So you go to any registration office, we have 276 district offices, NIA district offices across the country. We have 16 regional offices. So when you go to those places, it's free. First time issuance is free. But when you go to a premium center, you are required to pay 280 cedis. And these fees and charges are determined by Parliament. It is not NIA that says that this person should pay 250 cedis, this person should pay 300 Ghana cedis. It's determined by Parliament. So this is what the NIA does.
Okay, thank you. That was very, very thorough. You went through so much that you were answering many of the questions that I had. But one of the ones that I wanted to touch on, first I wanted to comment, you talked about vouching for. I just wanted to clarify that that would mean getting an affidavit for someone to sign. Like, how do you do the vouching process?
So when in the absence of the passport or birth certificate, a family member, someone related by blood or marriage, go with who has the Ghana card already, who has already registered and been issued with the Ghana card. The person will go and sit in front of a commissioner for oaths and swear that I, Dora, say that I know Joseph to be a family member. And his document is linked, the form that you filled, and it's in front of commissioner for oaths. So you are swearing an oath that indeed what I'm saying is the truth. And it's linked forever. So when later we do our routine checks and it pops up, we have heard in the news, someone tried to register. We have Ghanaians aiding foreigners, Nigerians. They will come and tell you that my name is Kofi, I want to get the Ghana card. After interviewing the person, you notice that probably gave money to Ghanaian and aiding them to register. But these people are dealt with, they are prosecuted. The foreigner is deported. You go back, we take the card from you. The Ghanaian is also, and we have jail term and all that the person will have to serve. So the vouching process is there for any Ghanaian who do not have, we have people who don't have passport. They don't have any business traveling. they were born in a chip compound or somewhere in a shrine or in a village, a hamlet somewhere. The person does not have birth certificate, but the law allows for you to get any family member, someone related by blood, who has the card to vouch for you. And even beyond that, it's not just, it doesn't end there. Two persons, if you don't have a relative who has the Ghana card, if you are not married, two persons from your community who may be retired government officials who know you to be Ghanaian, who know you to establish that you are really Ghanaian, can also vouch for you to be able to get the Ghana card.
Okay. And what are some of the things that you do to combat the fraud? I know you just mentioned about jail time and everything, but what do you do to, like, how do you identify if somebody has taken a card and they've tried to copy the card, because that kind of fraud happens? Like, what are the things you do to combat?
Thank you. With the Ghana card, when you present it, we have a system called the verification platform where we've onboarded all the 254 rural banks, the 14 universal banks, 16 fintechs, telcos, and all of that. So you go to any bank, you come to Ecobank to transact any business. You come, I have my sisters, we are twins. I pick my sister's card. By law, there's that verification process. You have to administer your fingerprints, and each and every individual has different fingerprints. And even without administering your fingerprints, the card is also contact and contactless. So the verification system, once they take it closer to the machine, your record, your face, everything will show. And it is not you. That's why I say that we cannot have two persons. And the PIN is one. You can, it generates the Ghana card, the PIN for you once, and that is in perpetuity. So if, let's say, after 10 years, my Ghana card expires, I will not get a new PIN. Like passport, you go, your number is changes, or you are given a new number. It's one. And from the by law, as I mentioned again, our fifth mandate is to share data. So we have a lot of court orders, people reaching out to us, court orders, police, that we need records or data on such person. We are trained, we ensure that the data you are giving out, because it's very, very important, data protection, and we comply with all the data protection laws of the country and even internationally. So if you are, the court is asking for the name of a certain person, let's say Dora, we make sure that what you are giving the court is Dora and not even your telephone number, not the name of your next of kin. So your data is secured, is safe. And even at the stage of filling the form, we assist you to fill the form. And every record, once you append your signature or you thumbprint, is saved in a secure national database. So identity theft is also dealt with. That is why someone who registered 2007, or even when you marry or you change your name, you're going to update your record, they will still verify to ensure that it is you. Nobody can go to the office to pick your Ghana card for you. That is why when you register, you're going for your card to be issued, you are asked to be present so that they reconfirm that it is you that is actually coming for the Ghana card.
I want to know how NIA onboards new documents. Let's say I've registered my passport expired and I've registered a new passport. How is that updated on my Ghana card? And also to SNIT, I want to know if there is a wireless way of paying SNIT contributions. Do I always have to physically go to the office to pay, or I can do it online? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nikisha. My question is to Mr. Torres guy. I'm so sorry I forgot your name. So if I'm coming into the country to do business, say for instance, for I say sports bar or the hotel, I noticed that the roads are horrible, like disastrous. Are you planning on establishing good roads? So if I'm doing business here, multiple business, I would want my, say, customers to have good roads. I mean, I'm looking to do luxury hotels. So therefore, I'm looking for luxury vehicle. I'm a luxury vehicle person, Mercedes-Benz, Range Rovers, Maserati. the roads are horrible.
So he was trying to find out if there is any electronic way. I'm sure that's what he meant, of making payments as your SNIT contributions. Yes, there is. In fact, SNIT has now embarked on what we call self-employed enrollment drive. And in that, what it means is that for entrepreneurs, especially, you are giving some flexible way of making your SNIT contribution payments. So you don't need to come to a SNIT office. You can pay through Momo. Now we have mobile money transactions all over. You can do that. There is an app that you can use to pay. And then you can also send it through Metas Bank. Through your bank, you can do that as well. So you don't have to physically go to a SNIT office to make payment, especially if you are self-employed. If I go for all contributors, including employers, so employers can now make payments through the banks. You have partner banks that work with us. You can make payment there, not coming to SNIT office. But of course, if you have you have your bank detail, you can also do that from the comfort of your home. Through your computer, you can make payments to SNIT through the bank. But directly, you can make through Momo app that we have set up specifically for those who are self-employed. And they can do that. And if it says self-employed, I mean everybody, those doing online businesses, even basins, and it don't apply to you anyway, but anybody who works in Ghana here, who makes a living, even driver's mates, they can still pay without going to. Once you are registered with SNIT and you have your number, your Ghana card, and it's also registered with SNIT, you can go ahead and make payment as often as you want in a particular month or in a period that will be predetermined and with a negotiation with SNIT, and you can go ahead and do that seamlessly. So yes, I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
As far as the Beyond the Return project goes, like I indicated earlier, there are 7 pillars. When you talk about activities going to regions or let's say Kumasi, that falls under the pillar we call Experience Ghana. It's one of the pillars. And what we do is we open up to the general public, to the private sector, to event organizers. This year we started somewhere in June, last year, sorry, where we opened up that we are going to go through an endorsement process. And if you have any event, idea, activation that aligns with the concept of the return, you apply, you go to the online portal and then you put in your request. We have a steering committee that cuts across several agencies. I mean, GIPC is on there. We have the Pan Affairs Foundation, the Office of Diaspora Affairs, Immigration, and so many other agencies. We have a subcommittee that will look at it and see, okay, this is an event or this is an activation that we can endorse. And so last year we endorsed 183 of such events. And if you look back to 2019 when we started the December in GH, this year we had about 80% of these events happening in Accra. The rest were scattered around the rest of the country. And so we continue to encourage operators and private sector to work with us and come up with the ideas. We will go through the endorsement and make sure that it goes there. But this, beyond that, we have other pillars like the Celebrate Ghana, which looks at the festivals and other things. We work with the tour operators, and we've seen more diaspora groups go to, let's say, Afashe in Cape Coast or Akweside. So the next Akweside is on Sunday. And we know that our tour operators are going to organize a lot of the diaspora to go. And that comes under the pillar of Celebrate Ghana. That seeks to add on or align our cultural festivals to the issue of diaspora return. And so that is what we do. We have a portal that is Beyond the Return, gh.com. You can go on there. There's information that you can pick up. And this year, we hope that by the end of the first quarter, we'll have opened up that portal for more events to be endorsed so that we can put it on the calendar of events for the year. When it comes to, I wish I had a luxury of building roads. I don't. We don't do roads. We don't build roads, but we work with the Ministry of Roads in identifying high priority roads that needs to be improved. And so there's always competition when it comes to that because just as we are looking for roads to tourist sites, the Ministry of Agri is also looking for roads that will go to the rural areas to bring food to the people. And so there is always that context. But we have been assured that every year, at least 50 kilometers of roads to identifiable tourist sites will be done. And so I'll give an example. A few years ago, Kakum, the road to Kakum was in a sorry state. But through that process of engagement with the Ministry of Roads, that road has been done. Last year, for example, the road to Safari Valley, it's a road that was raised and it's been done. I don't know whether it's been finished, but the last time I was there 3 months ago, the road was being constructed. And so we will continue to engage with the Ministry of Roads. So far as facilities, service delivery, and other things, we continue to engage. I mean, we have a standards and quality assurance team this year. Tomorrow they are starting what we call the annual inspections. And so they will go around all the facilities to make sure that the facilities are at a level that meets the standards that we've given them. So a hotel will start up, we will classify it as a 3-star. We look at the facility. When it comes to star ratings and classifications, it's not just the infrastructure. So sometimes people will say, this nice hotel, why is it a 1-star? Now, people are looking at the infrastructure, but we are looking at the service delivery. And so we'll do the infrastructure audit. We'll get people to go there. For a certain classification, you need a hotel, a gym, you need swimming pool, you need so many things that goes with a brick and mortar. But then you need to also do the service assessment. We have teams that go around to do service assessment. But lately we've realized that once people see that the tourism people are coming, they put up their best behavior. So you go into the hotel, they realize that, okay, these people are here. And so we've started doing a lot of mystery shopping. We have people who go around, stay in the hotels. They will report to us. We set up a call center. I was trying to get a call center number. If you can help me with the number. And the call center is there. If you have complaints of service that is not up to par, let us know. We'll send a team out there. And there have been instances where we have downgraded a lot of hotels. People, there were some hotels that were 5-star that are now 3-star. There are some that are 3-star, they will end up at 1-star because if you don't meet the standard or the rating that you've been given, we'll downgrade you. Thank you.
I take the last question from Mr. Budu. We have, first of all, the registration services that we render do not have deadlines. So you can register for your Ghana card anytime. You can go and update your records anytime. You can, once you lose your card or your Ghana card is damaged, you can go for a replacement anytime. So when you have a new passport, or let's say you've changed your residential address, you've moved to a different town or city, all you have to do is to go to the NIA office, any office, and request for an update of records, update of information. So you go there and then you give them the records that you want to change or want to update, and then they will do that for you. When you go to a regional or district offices, updates of records comes at a cost of 34 Ghana cedis, 50 pesos. Now, when you go to a premium center, let's say you go to Ecobank Head Office, or you go to any of our 8 premium centers or offices, if it is an update that will require a change or a reprint of your card, you pay 110 Ghana cedis. If it's an update that does not require a reprint of the card, let's say you are changing your residential address or your telephone number, name of your next of kin, those details do not appear on the face of the Ghana card. And so at a premium center, it is 80 cedis. At any of our regional or district offices, it's free. But if it is an update or a correction, let's say your passport will not require, it doesn't show on the face of the Ghana card. But if you go to a premium center, you're going to pay 80 cedis. If you go to a regional or district office, it is free. Now we have another level of updates, and I'm happy Snit's boss is here. When some Ghanaians, when they were registering, they gave, let's say, have someone requested the office, gave the date of birth that he was born in 1962. and registered, submitted a document, the required documents, and the person was issued with a Ghana card. Now, when SNIT merged the records, the data harmonization, in the SNIT records, the person probably didn't want to retire early. And in SNIT records, the person had 1972, 10 years difference. The person on his other passport was born in 1968. So we have one person who was born 3 times, 1962, 1968, 1972. But in the system, in our database, you can't have that. And so the onus therefore lies on the person to prove to us that this is my actual date of birth. So if you say you were born in 1972, you have to prove to us. Now we have WAEC. We can, when we are doing an investigation, we have a CID office at our head office and other offices. We go to the schools that you attended, your baptismal certificates. We check, you go to birth and death. They have records. And most of the time, the people probably does not want to retire early. We have people who want to travel, the footballers who want to go. We have what we call football age here. So they reduce their age. But at NIA, those records we cannot change. And so if you strike a deal with someone that I want to change your date of birth for you, and you don't have the requisite document to prove that you were indeed born in 2020 or in 2024, then you take what the Ghana card or the NIA has issued to you. Now, for Ghanaians in the diaspora who are here going back, probably you may have your children that you want to register. You didn't come home with them. Don't worry. All things being equal, by the end of this quarter, we are piloting registration of Ghanaians abroad. And the pilots, we have 55 missions abroad, but we are piloting with 10. So 10 cities in 8 countries. So we'll go to UK, London to start the pilot. In US, Washington and New York, South Korea, Seoul, we'll be there. China, Beijing, Denmark, Copenhagen. These are countries that we are going to pilot. And after the pilot phase, we will open to the other missions and register Ghanaians abroad. But when NIA, and we're not sending NIA Ghanaian staff abroad to register, we are using the mission staff. We are training them to be able to register and issue you with a Ghana card. When you are here and you go to a registration office, let's say you get the card for free. But when NIA goes to US or Denmark to register you, you pay a fee. And for those in the ECOWAS sub-region is equivalent of $20. Those within the rest of Africa, equivalent of $30. And those in the rest of the world is $50. So when NIA goes to New York and you are going to register your child, you fill a form, you apply online, you book a date, schedule, you go to the missions office and you register, get your Ghana card at that time. Thank you.
Thank you.
So with the issue of date of birth, I want to comment quickly on that. It's really right in this country. And for SNIT, once you register for SNIT and they give a date of birth, that's it. We don't change it. So you cannot use NIA or any other body or institution to go and change your date of birth and bring a document to effect a change in the database of SNIT. That will not be allowed. So once it's done, so the example she gave, if you register with SNIT and we have 1972, by your actual date of birth 1962, that's it. We keep the 72. So you'll be 62, you'll be 60 years, and for the purposes of calculating your benefits, we keep our database. We keep the date of birth that we have because we use that to do projections and know how many people are going to retire at any point and make provisions for that. So we don't want to have distortions in date of birth, which will affect the projections that we make to make money available to pay for benefits when they are due. So that is why it is so critical when it comes to date of birth change. It's almost impossible to change in state because once you do that, it's final. So I just wanted to bring that one. So we have had situations where people will come with NIA card and they say, this is my date of birth on it. Unfortunately, that will not guarantee a change for you. We're going to maintain what we have. We will, at best, we'll call you for an interview. Listen to your side of the story, how it happened. And I can tell you, with my experience, in that I used to be in charge of that date of birth change and stuff. They come with the same reason. Say it. Everybody will give you, if you take 20 people, they all come with the same reason why they have to change their date of birth. Whether they didn't know when their mother died or their father died, they went through their stuff and they got their date of birth, or they were flooded and they had to go and acquire a new date of birth from death and birth, which is recent. If it's a recent document, your chance of getting is 0.0001% of getting a change. So that's the information I wanted to add on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And then to add to the call center number that Mr. Ajuman had mentioned, it is 030-700-7100 is one of the call center numbers. There's also an alternate, which is 057-957-9019.
We know the impact of land disputes in this country on lives, on properties, and then on businesses. But not long ago, we were informed that a database is being created to host our lands in this country. Surveyor, please, I want to know the status of that project being conducted by the government. And if it's done, I want to reliably know whether the data is available to the public, especially the diasporans, so that before anybody even bring land for you to consider purchase, you can get onto the website and know the status of the land, as well as the history of the land, who bought it first, who took over, and who is currently in custody of the land, so that this kind of dispute and its impact can be minimized and investment protected. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Favor. So my question is going to birth and death registry. So I want to know if there are certificates, I'm talking about birth certificates available, because I have members in church who have registered for over a year now and they haven't received their birth certificates. And also I have another question to Mr. Smith. So in a case where, for instance, you're a single mom, and let's say in a case of death and maybe your only child is not yet young, and then what happens to the, let's say, the pension, because the owner of the pension is dead and then she has a child. And like, general question is, what happens in the case of death? Yes, to the mother. Yes. Thank you.
So my question is this information also summarized on the website? It's all of your different subjects, they touch one another. So you have to find the information. Is it on a different website or is it summarized somewhere? So our diaspora also gets motivated to really follow those steps, and instead of just dreaming about it in our Western countries, but also really act on those steps.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna. I have a question for Chief Superintendent Asari. It's with regards to acquiring a passport. If you are a non-citizen, what the process would be to acquire a passport. And the other question I have is, if you're a non-citizen, what is the process to become a citizen?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Frank Hansa. I have two questions, one for the Lands Commission, the other one to Chris Yachman. I want to find out from the Lands Commission, like with regards to the process of lands documentation. I want to know why the process is very lethargic, stagnant, and overly bureaucratic in the last year. And also to appreciate, I have nothing but praise for you, but I want to find out if you issue these licenses to these hotels and tourist places, do you do, or you have a mechanism that you do as evaluation and just monitor them after? Thank you very much.
So once you are registered with SNP, as I indicated earlier, you are entitled to three main benefits. Old age pension, which I said everybody prays that he retires at 60. Or the invalidity pension, that is what happens to you and become permanently incapable of any gainful employment. The last is the survivor's benefits, as I indicated. Once you are registered and you are entitled to that benefit, if you pass on before you retire, your pension or your benefits are calculated as if you are going on pension. And then you are guaranteed 15 years of that pension amount. So we calculate your pension now, and then we assume that 15 years you're going to live. But that guaranteed 15 years pension is whether you live or die. So when you pass on, it is computed what we call the present value. It is brought to the current value and paid to your survivors. So once you are a member, you are supposed to list the people that you when in the event that you are not alive, they should benefit or they should take your benefits. You call them beneficiaries. But the law says that at least once every 5 years, if you're a member of the scheme, you should update your records in terms of who takes your benefits when you are no more alive. So hopefully you listed the child or your children. And so once you are not there, we'll do that calculation and pay to your children. If even you are on pension and you have not yet attained the age of 75 years and you die, the remaining years, as I said, you are guaranteed 15 years of pension. The remaining years from the time you died till the age 75 will be computed and then paid to your beneficiaries. Now, to the child who is below 18 years, he automatically gets 60% of the benefits. So if he's the only survivor, only beneficiary, then he gets 100%. What I'm trying to say is that assuming you have a list of beneficiaries, you have about 6 of them, your children or your child and your mother and your father and other people, making about 6. Once you are no longer alive, the one who is below 18 years, which we call a minor, gets 60% of the whole entitlement or whole benefits that is due you, so to speak. Then the rest will be shared to those who are validly nominated. Valid nomination means that it complies with the law of the land. That is, whether you are talking about matrilineal sort of inheritance or patrilineal, then you can list. You cannot give it your benefits, for example, your dog, or give it to a church, or give it to a charity. You don't do that in Ghana. It has to be a human being. It has to follow some particular inheritance, either the matrilineal or patrilineal. But matrilineal meaning that especially the accounts who do the mother, the uncle, and so on and so forth. And the patrilineal will be the brother, the father's brother, and so on and so forth. It has to be in line. Those are the people you can nominate to take your benefits. And the children, of course, cut across both. So the distinction I'm making here is for those who are below 18 years, which we call minors, they are automatically entitled to 60% of the benefits before the rest are shared among them. So if you nominate your child who is below 18 and you give a percentage together with other people, he gets 60% and the remaining 40% is shared according to the nomination, including the one the child is supposed to get. So for example, you give the child 20% and the other people 10, 10, 10, and then another 50. Once you pass, the child gets 60%, and then the remaining 40 is shared according to the percentage you gave for all of them. So the child gets his percentage again, in addition to the 60. That's what I'm trying to say. So it is really in favor of the children below 18 years. That is what the benefits are. So your child is covered. Let me quickly say this. For the men, sometimes men have issues outside their main relationships, whether marriage or whatever. And you don't get to know this until they pass on. Saying, if they had a child outside the marriage or outside the established relationship that everybody knows about, probably registered, that child is also covered. So we do our investigations. Once someone passes, we go to the website, workplace, or get to know the family. We do our investigations and establish that he doesn't have any other issue anywhere before we pay the money to anybody. Else we go and fish out all the children they have outside the marriage, and that is what it becomes like breaking news. Some people didn't even know about them, and they will bring them on board because the law says you're supposed to take care of every offspring of the individual. So we investigate and then we pay them. Once we get them, the sad part is that if you are the established wife, let me use this case men, so wife, and you have 2 kids and they are above 18 years, and we find out that your ex-husband has had 2 kids with 2 different people, and they are also below 18 years, they'll get a 60%. Some people you don't even know. They'll get 60% of the benefits, and the remaining 40 will be shared among the beneficiaries that are so listed. So it's unfortunate, but that is what the law says. We protect the children first. It is not the fault of the children that is brought to this world by the man, so we take care of them. Thank you very much.
The Lands Commission is a constitutional body. We are a government agency. We are established by the Constitution Act, Article 258 of the Constitution. And we are also established by an Act of Parliament. So we are a government institution. And we've tried over there. We've existed for over 100 years. So you can imagine the information that we've carried on from 100 years. Some are handwritten, they were not even typed, but we still have them, as ownership history of lands in the country. Some were typed with these old typewriters, and then as we moved on, some were typed with computers. And so you have all this data sitting in our records. I'll call this as part of our database. All right. So currently, we've been able to embark on some digitization drive. I would speak of the short-term intervention, the medium-term, and then the long-term intervention. So on the short-term intervention, what we've been able to do is to do a pilot, which we're calling a proof of concept, over a portion of Greater Accra. We've selected about 10% of the database in Accra, and we have digitized it. So what we've done is to scan all the records. We took most of the records which date as far back as 100 years, and we scanned them. There were issues in this scanning as well, as I indicated. Some of them were, handwritten. If you want to scan these records and use OCR to, generate the data, is problematic. And therefore, we had to, physically type each of these records into the digital system. We've been able to do about 10% of the data in Accra. Now, in this area where we've done the 10%, if you request for information, we're able to go into our database and we're able to give you that information digital. So we have it, sitting on our system. We have a server which we have all this data sitting on. We have developed a software which we call the Enterprise Land Information System, which we use to manage this database that we have created. So that is a short term. Once you apply for a search or you apply for a process for registration, which falls within this area of the 10%. And let me try to define the 10% area. So it's if you're familiar with Accra, the cantonments area, the Laboni area, the Roman Ridge area, and then going along the N1 all the way to Malam, coming to Kaneshi, so within that enclave, coming back through the ring road all the way to the cantonments area. So that is the enclave within which we've been able to capture the records digitally. And so we are able to give you digital information when you apply for a search. The other areas will have to do that manually. But also in a short term, what we've done is to digitize the front office. So you are able to come to our office. We have what we call the Customer Service Access Unit. So you interact with the Lands Commission through the CSAU, as we call it. So you come in and then your documents are vetted. We have a checklist that you have to meet. It's vetted at the front office and is received and is sent to the back office. Unfortunately, when it gets to the back office and it falls outside this area that we have digitized, it goes into the manual process. And so that answers the last question, which talks about the laborious and the time-consuming nature of our processes. So because those records are still manual, it is time-consuming to get into the records room, fish out all this information concerning a parcel of land lying at Latibiokoshi or a parcel of land lying at Oshie somewhere. You know, we need to get into the records and fish out all this information, get the historical data before we can transact the business. So that is the issue with what we have to do. But then the long term or the medium term and the long term approach is that we are in the process of embarking on a project which will help us to digitize all the legacy data that we have in our records, the rest of it across the entire country, and be able to move it into the digital environment. With that, we'll be able to, at the click of a button, get all the historical information and be able to do it much quicker and on time. So we are almost there. We are in the process of getting that approved by the Ministry of Finance and then be able to engage with private sector to be able to do this project. Once we get that done, I believe that we will be able to deliver as quickly as possible. With our business processes now, we've been also able to move it online. So if you go on our online portal, if you go on onlineservices.lc.gov.gh, you'll be able to transact business online with us. So if you want to do a search, you can upload your site plan. There's a format in which you have to scan and upload the site plan. Once you upload the site plan, we'll be able to pick it at the back office and then run the search for you. And then we will return the information to you either by WhatsApp or by email. Or if you want to pick a hard copy on demand, we can print a hard copy of that search report for you. Now, what we do is we do a consolidated search. Coming from our old background, we are made up of 4 divisions, and each division has its own records. Moving forward, in the long term, we're going to merge all these records into one record for the Lands Commission. But currently, as we speak, the divisions sit with their own records. And so when you request for a search, what you will see is that there are 3 different divisions that gives you different records, because each of the divisions over the years was collecting data and was collecting information, which has been kept on the same parcel of land, which we cannot discard. And so we always, want to give you all the information that is related to that particular parcel so that you are informed on, transacting the business on that particular land. So we do that, but in the long term, we will merge all these records and we'll have one record for the Lands Commission. So we have also established a customer access center. So if you want to have any information on land, you can come to our customer access center and request for it. We are also on the social media platform. We're on Twitter, we're on Facebook, we're on YouTube, and others. So thank you.
Thank you. I think the immigration question is the last one.
Yeah, thank you. Let me take the second question before I come back to the first question. Now, there are 3 ways for one to become a citizen of Ghana. That is by naturalization or by registration, and the third one is registration of minor. Now, by naturalization, the normal procedure, you should have stayed in this country for a period of minimum of 7 years. And within these 7 years, you should have an aggregate stay of 5 years. And prior to the submission of the application, you should have stayed a 1 year continuous. Now, naturalization is actually is began at the Ministry of the Interior. So you buy your form at the Ministry of the Interior at the cost of 6,000 Ghana cedis. That is for naturalization. Now, after you have naturalized, your spouse now can apply for registration as a citizen by the one who naturalizing supporting the application with the copies of biodata page of their passport as well as the naturalization certificates. There are detailed requirements actually. You have to provide a police clearance report, a medical report from immigration, a background check that we will do. You will not know we are doing. We do a lot of checks, and you will have to provide us with information that we will require of you. You will need lawyers to give you attestation. This should be people who know you, who can attest of your character, and then you need 2 other Ghanaians to also attest about your character and then your contribution towards your community and what your business that you do in the country. So people say that, oh, I've stayed here for 20 years. Why don't you give me your passport? And for 20 years in Ghana, this person is depending on somebody, has not done anything, unemployed, but depending on someone. You see, and our naturalization is actually tied to certain specific areas, your contributions, at least, your investment. How many Ghanaians have you employed? You know, and even the community within which you are staying, what have been your role? What have you done? A lot of checks takes place. This is the normal procedure. However, the President of the Republic has the right to waive these requirements and can grant naturalization based on his own dispensation. I think that has been done for the diasporan before. I remember the last meeting, somebody said after the swearing, he was going for the passport. So that is within the powers of the president. But aside that, the normal procedures, you need to go through the requirements. And there are a lot of requirements we'll ask of you to give. So an individual who have come to Ghana, doing nothing in Ghana, but touring just as a tourist, you can't just say, I'm a tourist and I want to become a Ghanaian just on the platter like that. It doesn't work like that at all. You need to go through the procedures and fulfill the requirements because these are backed by laws. And then again, if you have acquired a citizenship, the naturalization certificate, then your child under the age of 18, because when the child is 18, the child must decide whether the child wants to become a Ghanaian or not. So that your children under the age of 18, you register them as minors, and that is also done at the Ministry of the Interior. And you buy a form at the cost of 500 Ghana cedis. And for registration, you buy a form at the cost of 3,000 cedis from the Ministry of the Interior. That is where you start the process. It will go through immigration, go back to the Ministry of the Interior, and it will go to the Office of the President for approval before it comes back. And then you are called, your bios are picked, and then you do the swearing finally to get your certificate. Now to applying for a Ghanaian passport. It's done online, and it is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration who issues Ghanaian passport, not Ghana Immigration Service. So you go to mfa.gov.gh, you will see passport application online. You click on that, it will give you all the details. Then you start filling in your form online, provide the necessary information, you pay online, you select your center where you want to do the caption. There is a premium center and the normal centers in all the regions. And then within Accra, we have Tema, we have the Greater Accra near the ministries. Then we have a premium center at the Accra Digital Center. And then other regional offices to have the passport application centers. So when you are done online, you choose the center, you are given an appointment date, you visit the center, and your details are captured, and your passport is issued thereafter. So these are the two issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you repeat the website again?
For the passport, it's mfa.gov.gh. That is Ministry of Foreign Affairs website. You can even go straight. Google Ministry of Foreign Affairs website. It will take you passport application online. If you are outside Ghana too, you can still do it online because some of the missions issues the passport in the missions. You can get your passport issued in New York, Washington, London, Berlin, Hamburg, not yet, then and other places where you can also apply for your Ghanaian passport online, and then it will be issued. Now, someone will add renewal of my Ghanaian passport. Currently, there is nothing like renewal. When your passport expires and you are going to apply, you are applying straight for anyone. We no longer endorse the old passport to renew it for another year or more years, but rather after the 10 years expire, it is assumed that human beings, every 10 years, there is a slight change in the body. So you go for a new one. Thank you.
Yes, and the issue of the availability of birth certificates from the lady. You mentioned for a year, some applicants have still not received their birth certificate. It's a bit strange because there are birth certificates available for issuance. I would encourage them to visit our website. We have a grievance management system. Whatever the challenges are, they should go to bdr.gov.gh. We have a grievance management system. They can drop off what the challenges are and they will be attended to. Thank you.
I left one question out about collaboration with private institutions. Yes, we do. The Lands Commission collaborates with private institutions like Greda and some estate developers. We also collaborate with the banks. And with respect to mortgages, we have established a corporate portal with the banks where they can, submit applications for mortgages, and we process it and give it to them, on time. So we do collaborate with private institutions. Thank you.
Quick one. For any information about your national identification card or the National Identification Authority, you can log on to our website, nia.gov.gh, and we have frequently asked questions, documents that you can download, and it answers most of your questions that you want to find answers to.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So regarding the licenses issued and how we monitor, like I indicated, we have teams that go around. We do service assessment. Sometimes we send mystery shoppers to go around. But we have, last year, for example, we licensed almost 9,000 facilities. And so you will bear with me that it's not all of them that you're able to assess within a given period. And so sometimes we rely on feedback from clients. And that's why we have the call center. We also have an app, Visit Ghana. You can download on iOS and the Play Store. And we also have the portal, visitghana.com. So if you have any complaints, you can send a WhatsApp to the number that we gave you. You can call the center, and then we'll be glad to follow up and make sure that the operators are doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone on the panel. Give them all a round of applause. This has been an extremely insightful, information-packed panel and very important for those of you from the diaspora and even for Ghanaians living here. There's so much information, that stuff I didn't know that I'm also learning today as well. So thank you so much, everybody, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come and talk to everyone today. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much for coming and being part of the third annual GUBA Diaspora Conversations. As Ivy has mentioned, and thank you very much, Ivy, it is a very, very important event for us all. It doesn't just stretch to the diasporan community, but to Ghanaians, to anyone that wants to really discover and understand how the rules and regulations in Ghana work. There's lots to understand, especially as somebody that's lived abroad and coming to Ghana. There's lots to learn, lots to understand, and lots to take in, especially for those that would like to connect, transition, do business, or invest in Ghana. As mentioned, I'm the head of the GUBA Diaspora Network. I lead the partnerships and engagement with the diaspora community. And the the GUBA Diaspora Network was set up to facilitate like I said, helping the diaspora community get things done in Ghana. There are lots of opportunities, and that's one beautiful thing about Ghana. Ghana, I see personally, I mean, I used to live in UK, I've now moved to Ghana, and I see Ghana as a fertile land. There is so much opportunities. I mean, the scope of opportunities is vast in what we can do and what, expertise and, just development we can also add to the country. But in doing that and wanting to connect with Ghana, we need to understand how things work. You can't just come to another country and expect the same systems, expect the same responses, expect the same attitudes. Ghana is a very different terrain to somewhere like US, UK, Europe, etc., etc. Ghana has its own values, has its own resources, it has its own expertise, but you as a diasporan especially needs to understand how to try and get things done in Ghana. So the GUBA Diaspora Network is a membership community of diasporans from all over the world, and we basically help people get things done. So our remit doesn't just cover individuals. We work with a lot of corporate bodies, a lot of partnerships, a lot of charity organizations that reach out to us because everybody wants to understand the terrain. We've had premiers of countries like Anguilla, we've had heads of states come to us just simply for guidance in navigating Ghana and getting things done.
Very good afternoon to you all. And I think it's a delight to be here this morning. We've always partnered with Guba to spread the word of Ghana. And I keep saying that we are all privileged to be Ghanaians. And people ask me, why do I say so? Because we are plumb right in the middle of the world. Ghana is the only country that can claim to be in the middle of the world. The only country on latitude 0, longitude 0. And so with pride, we must own it and claim it. But even beyond that, I think we are in one of the most wonderful countries that you could ever be. 365 days of sunshine, very happy people, with a desire to keep moving. We complain a lot, but yeah, we still move a lot. But we do love to complain because we love our lives. But Ghana, beyond that, is also clearly a land of opportunity. We are resource rich, and we are people rich, we are land rich, we are idea rich. And it's not that we say so ourselves, we are told all the time. And I keep saying that the best way to describe Ghana is the story of 3 O's: opportunity, openness, and optimism. And that's the way I see Ghana every day as I do my work. Opportunities because, like I said, we are resource rich. Ghana has almost all the necessary minerals you need for energy transitions in today. And so even as we look at the impact of climate change, we still have the opportunities to make things work better in our ways and for us. We have oil and gas, we have gold, we have diamonds, we have bauxite, we have iron ore, we have manganese, we have lithium, we have salt, and I'm sure you all have heard that quite recently the new energy source is sodium from salt. And so we have almost all the elements that can make us escalate where we are into another new world of wealth. But that requires investment. That requires planning. And even though we haven't done that in the past, it doesn't mean that we are not doing that now. We are not going to do that in the future. Indeed, many have commented that if there's any country in Africa to make it, it will be Ghana. And so that's why I say you should proudly own it. But the interesting thing about the engagement of the diaspora, which once again Ghana spearheaded, and beyond all these things I've mentioned, Ghana has always been a spearhead of transformation on the African continent. the first sub-Saharan African country to gain independence. You know, we have so many firsts that we could spend the rest of the day talking about our firsts. But that's not the most important thing. The important thing is that we engage, we embrace, and we go ahead. And our engagement in the diaspora is critical at this moment. Not only because we think we should do so, but the diaspora itself is a massive opportunity of bridging cultures, of bridging new ideas. And when you look at some of the transformative businesses that have taken place in Ghana, they're all set up by people from the diaspora. In fact, a friend of mine pointed out to me that if you look at Ghana's current government and probably successive governments, and you look at many of the people who become ministers, officials, etc., we were all once in the diaspora, including the presidents. Most of them were schooled outside. Most of them lived outside for a while and have come back to do stuff, you know. And as difficult as it is, they've lent themselves to it. But the better opportunity that lies today is the fact that the diaspora, like I said, is a bridge. It's a bridge to advanced cultures. And you are the best ambassadors we have as a country, not those who are appointed to the embassies, but those who work and live amongst people of new cultures, new ideas, etc. And when you look at the contribution of the diaspora, even to national economy, in 2021, a report by the World Immigration Office, or IOM, indicated that formal remittances into Ghana was in excess of $4.5 billion. That is today more than we are borrowing from the IMF, and is much more than we even get from foreign direct investment. And that's formal, not to mention the informal, which might be just as much. So you can easily say that every year the diaspora brings in excess of $6 billion, which is very significant for an African country. Now, the important thing is, how do we harness that into a constructive, economy such that it generates wealth for it? And I am sure, sometime when you look on Dentel's website, you see quite a number of videos of businesses, very successful businesses that have been set up by people who came from the diaspora in various areas, both in the hospitality side, tourism, in real estate, in agriculture, in technology. They're all there and they are successful. And so we don't take the diaspora for granted at all. And that is why we warmly embrace the work that Guba is doing, because it's really bridging that gap. But even if you look at history, the only reasons why people have gotten in ships and planes, etc., to cross boundaries and all that is to seek economic fortunes. Today, in the world, there's no bigger opportunity for more returns and quality returns than the African continent. Africa today, easily a population of 1.4 billion people, but has not less than 40% of the world's remaining mineral resources. Now, what does that mean? I mean, for you, the individual, well, you're not necessarily going to mine gold or lithium or platinum or anything. But at least the basis for further development does exist. We have the resources, we have the population, and our population is very exciting. 60% of that 1.4 billion are under the age of 35. So they are young, exciting people on the continent that can partner with the diaspora to move the continent way beyond its own dreams. But just not that. Today, Africa is home to 65% of the world's remaining arable land. So, in the advent of climate change and all the challenges of food security, Africa is again positioned to save the world with food security. And I did mention what we call the transition minerals, which are required for energy transitions. Even when everybody is seeking new sources of energy, Africa is in abundance in all these new sources of energy. But the interesting thing is today, like I said, the population is 1.4 billion. By the year 2050, Africa's population will be approximately 2.6 billion. It will be 1/4 of the world's population. That means every 1 in 4 in the world will be in Africa. So if you are looking to do business and you're looking for growth and you're looking for opportunity, there is no better place to plant your feet than Africa. And very often I hear people come and says, "Oh, but you guys, you don't do things this way, you don't do things that way, and you have to do it that way for it to work." Well, you may say so because you are coming from places where it works now. But you should ask, how come it works for them and not for us? Many of the developed countries today had a significant advantage in their history. And that is why the year of return is very significant. A lot of people tell me, "Oh, but why? The UK is much more developed, the US is much more developed." Yes, if they did so on the sweat and toil of your forefathers, they will be successful. They will be. We haven't built our continent on the back and sweat of anybody else, but ourselves. We've been exploited. It's been taken away from us. But now we are taking our own back and we are working with our own to build back stronger. And the world, I keep saying, and I've said this on many international conferences, that the world needs Africa more today than it has ever needed Africa. 1, it has a consumer market waiting to happen. 2, it has the biggest pool of human capital at any time in development. Africa's population today is almost similar to what India and China had when they surged forward. And so we have that great opportunity. And all the problems you come and see, trust me, are opportunities. I mean, as I was listening to some of the questions being asked, I could see where the opportunities were. Because you can actually derive solutions to those problems. And in advanced countries, that's what they do. Where there's a problem, they derive and look at it and derive a solution for it and sell that solution. So whether it's food, clothing, shelter, hospitality, entertainment, Africa is just waiting for it to happen. And I believe that the diaspora will be a very significant force to make it happen. Let me just quickly touch on the other 2 O's. The second O is openness. We are very open in Ghana. And that is why we are always arguing and always complaining. Because we are tolerant. And we engage our partners to understand where we are and even change the investment climate so that it makes it more advantageous to you. At the GIPC quite recently, we've opened an diaspora investment desk to help those in the diaspora seek opportunities and line them up correctly. And so in addition to that, we also have set up an aftercare service. So many of the questions that you're asking here, our aftercare unit can just take those questions and give you the answers. And if you're not getting the answers, work with the relevant agencies to make that happen. And then the last O is optimism. We are extremely optimistic that we will get to where we want to go. And I had one of my very good friends who is German. He's currently in Ghana with his family. He came for the Christmas holidays right through and he stayed. He was supposed to have left, but he stayed. He's leaving on Friday. And he just said to me, he's never seen a happier place than Ghana. And I said, "Oh, but he says, the place is just nice. It's not that it's got fantastic skyscrapers, 6-lane roads, etc. But when you come to Ghana, it's like you feel that this is where your spirit should be. You know? And it's interesting for him. He's white, German, and he came with his family, and they are so excited. And he says, what even kills him is everywhere he turns, he sees an opportunity. Everywhere. When he gets a problem, anywhere, he sees an opportunity. You know, so we should, but this is our land. We shouldn't wait for anybody to tell us. We should take hold of it and run with it and build it where we want it to be. And we are very optimistic that we'll get to where we want it to be. And so I would entreat you, most of you from the diaspora, that this is your land as much as it's mine. Let's work it together and make it a brilliant, beautiful place that the world will be proud of. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'd like to ask whether the GIPC has a section that is responsible for research and staffs. Because I can recall that 3 months ago, we were working on a project and then we needed some data on FDI. We phoned in, but the people we got in contact with couldn't help us. We know you are into investment, but investment is also coupled with research and development. I want to know whether you have a department that are solely involved in research and development so that at least we can fall on them to influence our investment decisions.
I'm surprised that you couldn't get the information you wanted because GIPCs, one of our main functions is to put together FDI in the country. You probably got, I don't know, but we do have a very active research department. And every year and every quarter, we actually publish information on FDI. So I'm surprised that you didn't get it. At least at worst, you should have gotten some information from the newsletters on the website. Because I know they're on the website. So you probably didn't look hard enough for it. So we have some people from GIPC here. I'm sure they can point you to the right places. But we do have a very active research office.
So let's say you're a Ghanaian, but your nationality is like non-Ghanaian. Do you still need to pay the 500,000 investment that are required for the non-Ghanaians who would like to invest in Ghana?
The answer is no. People think that you have to pay some amount of money to it. No, you don't. What was in our law and is currently before Parliament for review, because we recommended that it should go out of our law books. It was a minimum capital required to register the GIPC. It wasn't that you have to pay any amount of money. So if you were in a joint venture with a Ghanaian, the law was that if you were a foreigner, they wanted you to demonstrate that you'd brought in $200,000. And it's still your money. I mean, it's money you can use to do your business. It's not money that you're paying to anybody. And if you are fully foreign registered business, foreign owned, 100%, you have to demonstrate that you brought in 500,000. I think over the years, that law has been misinterpreted and to make people believe that you have to pay that amount of money somewhere. You don't need to, you just need to demonstrate that you brought it in. So that, as Kwesi said earlier, when you want to take your money out, there is an easier trace and track that, oh yes, you invested X amount of money and you can take it in. But that notwithstanding, even if you didn't bring in any money and you built a business and you invested some amount of money and you want to take it out, you're allowed to. Ghana allows full mutability of the capital and interest.
Now we'll hear a quick word about sponsor investment opportunities from Crop Estate and Ekumfi Fruits and Juices.
Crop Estates. We're here to have a conversation with you on agriculture value chain cropping partnership. But first and foremost, you have to know what Crop Estate stands for. Crop Estates is an agricultural crop enterprise that believes in establishing plantations of exotic crops and non-traditional crops in the country and in the sub-region for export and processing. The crops identified are capital intensive with extremely high reward. We provide individual traders or companies a safe and secure environment to own a farm. Crop Estates allows you to own a piece of agricultural developed land with selected crops. A team of agricultural experts select only the highest quality managers and farmhands to ensure the farm owners are rewarded with the highest possible returns. Our objective, supporting sustainable agricultural value chains by investing in crops and commodities integrated with community partnership. Now the question is, why crop estates? Currently in Ghana, individuals are increasingly looking to invest in the real estate market as a means of securing their financial future. This is driven by a desire for long-term capital appreciation and rental income. However, investing in crops provides a cheaper and more profitable avenue to secure any investor's future. Crop estate affords you the opportunity to invest into something tangible, short-term, long-term, for as low as $3,000 compared to a minimum of investment of about $150,000 in real estate. Another question is, what is in for you? Tangible assets, physical assets like crops and farmland, higher returns, can yield substantial profits with efficient farm management and market conditions. Diversification reduces portfolio risks due to market fluctuations. Steady demand, consistent market due to global food needs. Environmental impact, opportunity for sustainable and eco-friendly practices. Our process starts with crop estates has a symbiotic relationship with 5 serious companies. I'm the chairman of crop estates, and I happen to be the chairman of Equapim Gold Agro Processing. We're the foremost company in Ghana that is into plantation development of avocados processing. Now, we have a relationship with Ekumfi Fruit Juice. Coming in, you see some fruit juice there. That's Ekumfi. We have this relationship with Ekumfi Fruit Juice. We have a relationship with Central Citrus. It has the biggest, it's a new factory, the biggest in West Africa to process citrus. Ekumfi is the biggest factory in West Africa processing pineapple. Equapim Gold, massive. So these are the off-takers that we have in doing what we have to do. Now, our process starts with the lease, the land, the crop, the plot. Now, most of the crops that we deal in have an average gestation period of between 1 year to 4 years. We are currently looking at the short-term crops are pineapple, passion fruits, ginger, and other things. And the long-term ones are avocado, coconut, macadamia, and others, citrus, and others. Now, once the gestation period is over, we have movement of the crops to the off-takers. And now for any investor who invests in this, you have a secure return per crop cycle, which we'll explain later when it's time for question and answers. And then for the short term, we have the pineapple, passion fruits, and bananas. The value chain. Production of selected crops by local farmers and outgrowers with farm management services. Aggregation of fresh crops to local export markets and local processes for value addition. Marketing and sales of fresh crops and value-added products to local and export markets with revenue going to lessees and local producers. Processing of crops by the local off-takers, as I said, Ekumfi Fruit Juice, Equapim Gold Agro Processing, Central Citrus, and others. So this is a story. And what do we have to offer? We offer quality farm management services to guarantee revenues, guaranteed off-takers. I've mentioned them, the companies that do the processing that buy off us. Then diversification from traditional financial assets. Instead of maybe getting to real estate, this is an opportunity to own the farmland and crops. Then we're talking about the corporate side where we impact on the lives of the depressed communities, creating jobs for them, both direct and indirect, reducing the migration of labor from the rural areas to the cities for non-existing jobs, reducing poverty there, creating market because there are some farmers there who might have money, a little money, do not know where to sell the crops, but because of what they see us doing in that locality, they also decide to get into it because they know that there is a company that is going to take it off them. So in a nutshell, this is the story of crop estates, which we want to share with you and have a conversation with you on. Thank you. My name is Albert Wilson.
I just want to find out, like, if I happen to invest in $3,000, as you said, what is my ROI in a year's time or something like, how is it calculated? Like,
So we have about 7 crops at the moment, and so depending on the crop you select, we would give you the breakdown of what your ROI will be. So you roughly an average of up to 40% from the crops we have at the moment. And so depending on what you select, our team will take you through what the gestation period will be and the ROI for that particular crop. And so we're available to engage you further after this if you want to know.
Hello, I have a series of crops that I'm planning on investing in, and I've done some research on the market and the need, and there's a couple of government websites that show what each country, including Ghana, is exporting out of the country so that it indicates your instant market. Knowing this information, how do you actually connect to those markets to lower the amount of crops that's being exported out of the country?
So the information you have is the amount of crops that's going out, that's being exported. What we've done as crop estate, like Mr. Wilson said, is to partner local processing companies who are main off-takers, who take off us our produce from our farms to produce locally consumed goods. So the coffee juice will take the pineapple off us and the passion fruits, the oranges off us to make fruits for local consumption. We have the avocado farms that's coming up as well, and then it would partner with Ecobank who've got demand for avocado to produce locally consumed products.
We spend some quality time trying to understand the global consumer patterns and anticipating for future trends. And we realize that there is an emerging huge middle class across the globe who are progressively moving away from chemicals to natural additives. You know, when we talk about the natural additives, we're talking about spices, we're talking about the herbal, we're talking about juices, we're talking about the nuts. And the world trade is about in the trillions. A case in point, we take avocado for instance. There's no crop that compares to avocado now because of the benefits, you know, in terms of food, medicinal, for the heart, for the eyes, everything, the heart, regulating everything. Avocado does it all. And in the year 2016, the consumption was 2.6 times more than the year 1997. You know, so you can see it's been progressing. COVID came, slowed it down a bit, but till today, Mexico, the total global production is about 6.6 million tons. Mexico alone is doing about 2.2 million tons. And before COVID, it was estimated the global market was about $20 billion US annually. That's the value, and estimated to hit about 31.5 billion in 2026. You know, then come COVID, slow things down, bring in the fix. So this is how it is like, and it's so with almost all the other markets.
So this next panel of speakers, it includes someone who's a friend of mine too, so it'll be an interesting conversation. We are talking about doing business in Ghana. One of the things that people often talk about, saying that it's either very easy or it's very difficult, it's complicated, there's nuances. And one of the things that people need to understand is when doing business in Ghana, you also have to understand the culture. There's different things that are done here that aren't done in other places that you might not be familiar with, and you have to get an understanding. And we have these 3 wonderful panelists who all have experience over the years of doing business in this country. I've had my experiences as well. Personally, I tried some businesses that failed. I should say they failed. I quit because I got frustrated by some of the things that I was dealing with. I tried to start handbags 3 times in Ghana. And the frustrations just made me say, let me do something else. But congratulations to all of you in what you've done. I want you to first introduce yourself and what your business is so that people know exactly what you do and what kind of industry you're in, and perhaps they connect with everything that you're doing here in Ghana. So everybody introduce yourselves first.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on existing protocol. My name is Anne Okbara. I'm the director of Triple C Technologies Limited. Triple C Technology Limited is a technological company based here in Ghana. We basically deal on computer accessories and surveillance, CCTV, and other smart security gadgets. So basically, our services at Triple C Technology, we are committed to providing to our clients with cutting-edge solutions that enhance their safety and security. Our products range from high-definition CCTV cameras to advanced access control systems, among others. All are designed to meet the unique needs of our cherished clients.
My name is Anthony Mensah Chamefe. I'm the founder and CEO of Caveman Watches. We happen to be the only watch company in Africa locally manufacturing watches. Around 2015, I just happened to, out of necessity and joblessness, chance upon an opportunity to sell a watch. Just a watch I purchased for $5 at the time, and then somebody saw the watch and showed interest, and I happened to sell it because I was looking for opportunities. And that became a light bulb moment for me. I thought I could make a business out of selling watches. So I called a supplier back and bought 2 more watches, sold 2 and bought 3. Then I started selling watches generally on the streets of Accra, offices, car parks, and people's homes, just hawking watches. But then I realized that there was no actual watch industry in Ghana. And also for the fact that when people came into the country with high-level watches, and the watches had a fault, there was no corporate or official watch repairer to work on them. They would rather take the watches back to the States to get it fixed. So apart from just selling watches, I moved further into learning how to fix watches so I can serve these people. So it moved from just selling watches to repairing watches, and then later moving to learning how to make watch leather straps, because there were people who had good watches but bad leather straps. So it was a bit of everything coming in together. After 3 years, I realized that all the watches I was selling were all imported watches. And I'm a very curious guy. When I have questions in my mind, I can barely sleep. So I started wondering why we had been so content with just importing watches into the continent, and why no African has dared to create one. So my curiosity led me to reverse engineering watches. Bear in mind, I had been fixing Rolexes and Audemars Piguets for years. So I reversed all these watches to know how they are made, and I realized that we can make them. There was probably just nobody crazy enough to take the first step. And I had the craziness in abundance. So I took my first step to create my first pieces of watches with the name Caveman Watches. And the reason behind the name being that the intention was to create a generational brand. The slogan of the brand is "Be remembered," that we, the initial owners of the brand, will be the ones who set the wheel rolling in disrupting the status quo of watches being Swiss-made or global standard. So the Caveman brand is an embodiment of that idea to create generational timepieces that will be handed down generations for somebody to own one and say that my grandfather's grandfather left it for me. And that original owner will be the caveman that will be remembered for being the one bold enough to disrupt that status quo. That is what the name had been about. We've moved from selling one watch to making one caveman watch, to the point where we recently made a watch for Beyonce. What we specialize in actually is, apart from just watches people walk into the shops to buy, about 30% of my watches are bespoke watches, customized, one-on-one, which is very difficult and rare in the world. This is the only place you can walk into a watch shop and pick a watch and begin to alter the design based on your personal preferences. If you have logos, you have any colors or any quotations that mean something to you, you get the opportunity to co-design your own watch, which is made for you in about 2 or 3 days. There is no watch brand in the world. Any watch that you have on your hand right now, you had no contribution in the design of the watch, you just picked it off the shelf. How about having watches that actually communicate with your design, your beliefs, and you had a hand in the manufacturing or the design process of that? That is what we have been able to do very perfectly, to make watches for Beyonce and Akon and mayors of America and all that. So we are on a journey to disrupt the global watch space by presenting for the first time global standard luxury watches that our brothers can finally support. Instead of all the time black people make money, they go to the white man and say, take my money. It's about time that we begin to reinvest money back to Africa. This is what my company has been about. We're just 5 years, entirely owned, operating with a workshop, a factory in Adjungano, East Legon. So while you are around, please do pay us a visit. Just Google Map, Caveman Watches. It will bring you right to our showroom. I can give you a little tour of how the watches are made. You get the chance to make a watch for yourself before you leave. We are right on track to disrupt the global market. And I'll be very glad. We are at a point where we want to scale up and move further out of the Ghanaian shores into the global space. So we are very investment ready, partnership ready. So if there's anybody in this audience crazy enough to take the risk, maybe we should have a conversation and see how we can go on this journey together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And finally, Mr. Salah Kweku Kalmoni, Director of Lakeside Estate. Can you tell us about your role?
My name is Kweku Kalmoni, Director of Lakeside Estate. I hope all of you know about Lakeside Estate. If not, don't worry. You will all know all about us. Kweku Kalmoni, so I'm known as KK. You can call me KK, and these are my friends on the right-hand side of the audience. And Lakeside Estate, we are a real estate company, and I have a solution for all of you. There was a lot of discussion on land. So Lakeside Estate, we do have land, but we don't like to sell you land. I want to sell you the solution. We have residential homes for lower income, middle income, and higher income. And the next question will be is how much? We go from 65,000 US dollars to $250,000. But more important is Lakeside Estate. Last year we are proud, and when you are proud, you have to show your credentials. We won 5 of the GREDA awards. GREDA means Ghana Real Estate Development Association. I want to encourage all of us to buy from GREDA members. That's a professional organization. Otherwise, you get some wahala. I hope you know what wahala is. You get some fraud and other things like that. But not only that, Lakeside Estate, we are a city in the sense we have all the different zones. So we have zones for commercial, zones for hospitals, zones for music, zones for sports. We have developed our own sports field. So there's Swedish Ghana Medical Center. It's a $20 million investment at Lakeside. We have Odana, a person who does fashion. We have a person from Groove Hub over here who is there. So I'm happy here to engage with you, and my partners, to see how we can find a real estate solution for you. And we not only provide the land, but we can also do turnkey. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, today's conversation is really centered around doing business in Ghana. So we want to hear from each one of you about some of the things that you have encountered, advice that you may have. So I'm going to ask specific questions to each of you to answer. So I'm going to start with you, Madame Anne. So what were some of the legal requirements that you had to do when registering your business?
You need to register with the Registrar General Department first to register your company with business name of your choice. You go there and register with them first. That is the first step. And then after that, you need also to register with the GRA, Ghana Revenue Authority. That is another step, because without that, you cannot run business here in Ghana. If you want to regularize your business, you must have to take all those steps to do the needful and allow your business to grow. If you don't do that, trust me, you will be running around and you will never grow. Like the man said, someone spent 20 years in Ghana without achieving anything. And then when you start the business and you have employees, then you have to as well register them with the SNITs and pay their PAYE, and you have to also pay your company tax every year. So these are the first steps.
Anthony, you have been in business less than, you said 5 years. So you're relatively a new business. What were some of the things that you found that you needed to do to get access to maybe venture capitalist funding to support your business? Because your business is a unique one. It's not one that people often think about. Did you need a lot of capital? Do you just start? Like, what is it that young entrepreneurs need to know when they're starting their business, where they're going to access money to get it started?
The topic of funding is always a very delicate one. What I've experienced is that when I started my business, I kind of had the opportunity to suffer the business slowly. I had built brick by brick, and while I was doing that, I was looking for investors. I've had probably 200 investor meetings. And then I got to a point where I realized that when I had the intention, when I had the dream to build this brand, I didn't have anybody beside me. So if you're not careful, you end up spending more time and energy chasing for funding rather than working. So I realized I got to a point where I was spending more energy searching for assistance rather than sitting on my desk to work. So I had to flip the table around because I do believe in the universe. I believe in value. That if you're able to build a brand that is valuable, what you need will come to you. The universe will provide. So I had to change my mindset because the thing about most investment meetings, they would waste your time. A lot of people would waste your time. You would have meetings upon meetings, and then you have to be mindful that you don't get caught in that loop. And I can confidently now say that the kind of money I was looking for at the time, the kind of meetings that I had, I do believe that if I had that investment I was looking for, I very much wouldn't have had the experience that I have now, because now I had the privilege and the opportunity to build my business brick by brick, having gained enough experience in every aspect of business in Ghana, which I would have been deprived of if I had probably some huge money funding somewhere. So when I hear businessmen talking about getting a $1 million somewhere and this and that, I'm like, it sounds like fairy tales to me. But what I have experienced is that usually it is the investment or the support you would get from your close circle. While somebody is chasing a $1 million somewhere, there is somebody in your circle who believes in what you're doing and is willing to lend you a $5,000, $10,000, $3,000. Those little investments become what actually grow your business in most cases. If you're lucky to get the heavy fundings, you've been blessed. But in my case, I had to fall on my close circle who were able, and crazy enough, I've always said that it's easy to support a brand that has become successful, but the people who support you when you started, they are the real MVPs because they had the madness to do that, and that is very rare. So the issue of funding is a very difficult one. There are a lot of platforms that promise funding. I had tried them and realized I was wasting my time and went back to build my business to the point where we are very profitable. We sell quite a good number of watches a month, about 700, 800 watches, even as a new company. So I focused on building value and building the brand. And if help comes, it comes. If it doesn't come, you have the opportunity to grow gradually. And that is also priceless.
With Lakeside Estate, so many people think about real estate, getting into the real estate industry in Ghana because it is constantly growing and constantly evolving. What advice would you give to somebody who is coming into the Ghanaian market on what they need to understand with the dynamics of being in that industry?
And the nice thing about real estate as a commodity is always increasing in value. So yes, I do encourage that it's a good industry to do it. But if you're into manufacturing or agribusiness or agri-processing, that's also very good. But the real estate business could be a side business where your factory is. So as you're increasing the value of your business, your factory land is also going, or your retail shop is also going. So having said that, there are different types of investments in real estate. And in Ghana, the most common type, which is the diaspora like to do, is they buy the high-rise apartments in Ghana and rent them for dollars. So this is the most common one. I think there are other places which nobody has developed too much in Ghana. One of them is called an industrial park, light industrial park. We don't have them. Like where you wanted to do your factory, I'm sure you couldn't find it. So you took a house and you converted. I know a lot of people, they do agri-processing in houses. So we need to develop that one. Another one I see whenever I travel the world, and I also have a Canadian connection with you, you see a lot of storage, these mini storage. Nobody has developed that. So there could be opportunities, but when you try that, you try it at a very small scale, then have the potential to grow up. So this is my advice. Real estate is good, but whatever you do, you start small and grow big. Thank you.
I think that's excellent. Starting small and growing big. It's true. I think in this generation, particularly because of what we see on social media, and people think that you'll just jump in and then everything is going to be working out perfectly fine and be big within the next month or two. But it definitely takes time. What are some of the cultural nuances that people need to understand when they're coming from abroad to do business in Ghana? Because sometimes people don't understand the cultural dynamics.
For the diasporans, there are two types. There's the Ghanaians who have moved to the West or to Europe and they have come back. That has a different perspective, and I'll define what my experience dealing with them. And then there's the Afro-American who were taken as slaves in the past couple of 100 years. So the diasporans, they understand our culture a lot better. They understand how we respect, and they understand that when you do an application and says 2 weeks, it doesn't come in 2 weeks if you don't put an envelope on top of it. So these people are easy to deal with, and they understand that when they register a house, sometimes the government takes a long time. The second type of diasporans, they are a little bit more difficult to use because they are, especially, let me talk a little bit about the people from continental USA. Who are those? Okay, I call you the troublesome people. I'm a troublesome person like you. So they don't understand our culture of respect, and we do things in a certain way. Let's say, if I want to paint the door for you in Ghana culture, and I do 90%, that's okay. In the US, no, you have to do 100%. So there's a way of talking to us and telling us, you know, Charlie, this doesn't work. Please do the rest. And we don't like to use FUCK words. And when we deal with each other, we don't do that. So we are a lot more respectful, a lot more humble. So we need to understand that cultural things. So these are some of the things we need to understand in the Ghana culture and the Ghana context. Thank you very much.
Doing business in Ghana is different from the way you run business in the diaspora, US, UK, and all that. And so coming down here in Ghana to do a business like SME or a new business that you want to set up, it takes a lot of time to build the business. So we must be patient with time. I want to share my experience here. When we started this business, we started in a room. Actually, we have not gotten a shop. So we started right from our home, started selling after we have registered business with the Registrar General and all that. We are yet to get a space to showcase our product and start selling. But since that wasn't coming, we started right from our home. I can bet you that if you look, the whole products we have, if I might use the word, our whole 40-feet container as at 10 is just 1, 2, 3 boxes of goods. Just like that. You can just be able to go through them and take a stock in a few minutes. So that was how we started, and our customers, they started coming to the house to purchase and buy from us at any time. It is not easy. I can assure you that kind of business, some of you who are here know the challenges of selling from your home. You will never have a time to rest. So at any given time, someone will knock on your door. They need this, they need that. Even in the middle of the night, as late as 11 p.m., someone will be knocking at the gates. I need this, I need that. And when you open the door, he might come for just one piece of mouse. And you will not say, you will not sell. So we endured and keep building it gradually like that, with that good relationship with our clients and trying to satisfy what they need at a particular time, giving it our best. Gradually, the business started growing, and after some years, we were able to secure a space that we call our shop. That was the second step. So from there, gradually, it takes time. So we need to be tolerant, we need to endure, we need to be focused. Knowing that this is what we have decided to come and do, we have to give it our best. we know that it could be challenging. Along the line, you might be tempted to give up, but you have to persevere and keep pushing. One day things will turn around and boom, you see that your business will pick from there. Thank you.
You know, the panel that was here before we came on, I was just back there listening, and it sounded very simplified, the way they break the procedures down. And I'm just there shaking my head that, you know, when you're doing business in Ghana, you have to be well informed about the formal side of things, like they have taken us through. But then where the actual work happens is the informal side. So you need to know the theory, the principles, and all as they say them very simplified. But sometimes they are not aware, they don't have control over the informal side of what happens in these bureaucracies. They cannot tell you that you will get frustrated when you get to a very simple point, but somebody says something for the boys. And because where you are coming from, you're not used to that, so you get frustrated and you make a U-turn. All those are not things that these authorities can be on panels and talk about. So I think you should be more ready for the back-end frustrations that happen, even though on the front, it is all laid down by the authorities to make it sound very simple. We wish it was that simple, but there's a lot that you learn on the ground. Yes, so that's what I want people to make room for mentally. That.
So, what advice would you give to somebody? Because sometimes some of the things that are challenging are not even necessarily the regulatory factors, but it's even within the people factor. So, for instance, I mentioned that I tried the handbags 3 times and I quit, and it was largely not because of the system, but it was because, okay, we've created a whole collection, it did well, they've sold, now there's more coming, and I'm going to sell it again. And the more that comes, you're like, this isn't what I asked for. This isn't what the production was supposed to be. You've completely changed what I've asked you to do. And the people will say things like, oh, ebeye, oh, it's fine, oh, it's okay. So it's beyond the regulation, but sometimes it's even amongst the HR that you're dealing with.
When I started business, there's this prayer that I had learned to recite every morning, the Serenity Prayer. I'm sure a lot of people know that. They say, God grants me the strength, accept the things that I cannot change, the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. I hadn't ever been at a stage in my life where that prayer meant so much to me. You know, when you learn the cultures here, there are things that you will not agree with, or you can't change them. You have to be smart to know how to move around them. Because no matter what you do, you can't change them. Not because you like them or you support them, but you need the wisdom to know how to move around it. One of the things that I also learned is that in my field, it's a precision-oriented industry. It's surgical work that we're doing. But traditionally, the average Ghanaian doesn't worship perfection that much. In the Ghanaian setting, good enough is okay. You know, so you can show something to somebody if they can do exactly that. And they'll say, oh, we've done more than this. This is nothing. We can do it. Then when you pay them for it, they bring you something close enough. And they legit will not understand why you have a problem with that. You know, so these are things you would need to learn. If not, your frustrations can make you throw in the towel very quickly. Just for you to know that you have more work to do than you would have done in any other environment. Once you have it at the back of your mind that if you're operating at a 50% capacity in the States and successful, you might have to do a 200% here. There are a lot of opportunities here. There's a lot of growth and money to be made here. All you have to do is to understand and accept it that you have more work to do than you would have done in any other place.
I want to give people the opportunity to ask questions of the panelists. So if we can have 3 questions.
Thank you, everyone, for having us. My name is Guba Welcome. I'm from Boston, but my question is towards Anthony. So for people that are coming to Ghana and they're trying to just connect and network, do you have any advice for those who want to network within the people here in Ghana? Like, how is the best way for you to build a network within Ghana? And then also I have another question to the panel in terms of resilience. What was that? I know Anthony said his prayer, but in the general aspect, what was that ideal, that resilience that kept you going from a small business to a large organization?
About the networking part, I've been in Ghana my entire life. I've learned the different types of people that we have in Ghana. But some way, somehow, when we talk about networking events, I'm always at Guba events because the kind of platform that Guba and Lady Denta has put together, it is the only place that I find myself among like-minded people who are thinking about not just today, but being the crazy people to set a wheel rolling. The kind of change we are expecting to see in Africa, I keep saying that we might not see it in our lifetime, but that is what visionaries do. People who plant a tree, knowing that they might not be alive when it gives shade to the next person. That is the kind of mindset that we need to develop. And I find people with that kind of mindset a lot at these Guba events. So it's the right place in terms of networking to come and connect with the right people who are like-minded for generational growth. The other one you spoke about was what kept me going. I think my purpose had shifted along the way. When I started, it was just a means to survive, buy my food and, stay alive. Then it got to a point where I started looking at my employees, and I had worked in a very toxic environment that almost crippled my capabilities. So when I used to look at my workers, I had so much pride and I felt a sense of responsibility to make sure that they are growing in terms of development. So one of the principles that I run my company with is prioritizing the growth of the employees, because your company can only grow as far as the employees grow. If they are not growing on a personal level, you are not going anywhere either. So that became inspiration for me and a motivation to work hard and make sure I created a very conducive environment for them to grow. Then the next phase of the company became the point where we introduced the 1% of all our revenue to developing deprived areas. And we started drilling boreholes in the communities that lacked clean drinking water. So when we go and drill boreholes somewhere and you see hundreds of people celebrating over water that we drink and throw away in our homes, you find people celebrating and having a festival because they just got access to clean drinking water. That meant more to me than any sale or any award ever received. So the purpose kept changing, and that had become motivation for me. Despite the challenges of doing business in Ghana, there's no way I'm stopping. It's like a one-way road.
It looks like we don't have any other questions.
Yeah, let me also support that question. Yes, networking, business networking is very important. There's a lot of associations in Ghana, business like GREDA, Association of Architects, Engineers, Business. But one of your best network is actually your customers. A satisfied customers is one of your best customers. I'll give an example. Lakeside Estate, we've been building houses for now 23 years, since 2000 we finished. The first time we did 10 houses, it took me 6 months before I sold. So I had stock of 6 houses. Now we are always selling. As we build, we are selling. So your satisfied customers, I'll say, is the best way. And this is known as biological growth. Big investment, forget them. You start small and you grow your business. The other thing is, I like what he said, take care of your customers. We try at Lakeside Estate also build houses which are affordable for our employees. And sometimes these products might not be for the public, but you take care of your employees, your employee take care of you. And they say that you should spend between 1% of your income on employee training. And we need a lot of that in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also like to add something small there, like my colleague have shared here. If you want to grow your business for a very long time, you also have to be concerned, like what they just shared, with your employees. We have some of our employees that have stayed with us for as long as 18 good years. They are still with us today. So some of them, we also take care of them. We have a staff bus which picks them every morning to shop and then bring them back. So doing that, it helps them to save. At the same time, our customers, when we started, like I shared earlier here, some of them who normally come to buy from the house, when they come like this, we don't do just business. We also behave like families. Sometimes I prepare meals, I give them, sometimes we have ice cream in the fridge. So some of them, those days, maybe they don't want to come and buy something. They'll come and ask, Madam, do you have ice cream in the fridge? I say, yes, I want ice cream. So like that, we started, some of them are still buying from us, even as we speak, over the years. So that relationship is very, very important when you want to grow your business and keep it for a long term.
So thank you to our panelists today for coming and having a conversation about doing business in Ghana. Have a round of applause for everybody.
So thank you very much, everybody. I'm very, very pleased to be here today, and also very pleased to be one of just two British UK parliamentarians who are women. Myself and my colleague Abena Apong Asare were elected, and you know it was great fanfare from the Ghanaian community. And one thing you can say about the Ghanaian diaspora is that they're always extremely supportive, and I think that's a beautiful thing. And also, I was luckily proud to be raised in a family where my parents were extremely, proud of us being Ghanaian. Even though we were born in the UK, we were very, very Ghanaian. My brother even used to joke that we were Ghanaian nationalists at some point because he said it was a bit too much. Everything that was Ghanaian was fantastic. Everything else, it was okay if it was good, but being Ghanaian was the absolute best. And we know if you're from the UK, everybody knows and loves a Ghanaian. When you say you're from Ghana, they'll say something like, "Oh, I've got a friend from Ghana called Nana. Do you know Nana?" And as you will know, it's not possible, even though there's probably about 2 degrees separation amongst all of us in the UK, for somebody like myself to know every single Nana there is in the UK. But everybody knows and loves a Ghanaian because we make a huge contribution to the UK. And I remember that I was lucky enough to be able to come here about every 5 years when I was young and have that connection. And in my 20s, my grandma celebrated her 80th birthday. And it was the last time I knew, because I just finished my master's, that they were going to allow me to come and pay for my ticket. Because afterwards, they would tell me to stop being a poor student and pay for myself. So that year when I came, I extended my stay and I was able to become a citizen at the time, realizing that it's very difficult to be getting your visa, going back and forth. And I was actually very worried about it because of the changes to immigration rules in the UK at the time and how people were behaving. I was worried that if I claimed another citizenship, they might start being funny with me. But my parents had moved over here and it was very, very important for me to be able to come and visit them and visit other members of my family. And I can tell you, at that time, there was nothing like this. There was nothing like the GUBA Diaspora Network, nothing like the types of support that you get directly from the government's office in terms of helping you transition and have all of those services in terms of being a diaspora. So we are extremely privileged. But I also remember at that time being quite naive and being a little bit of a know-it-all myself. I'd just finished university, I'd done my second degree, and people talked a lot of politics. At that time, I still didn't really like politicians, but politics I was into, and everyone talked about politics in Ghana. And I remember I'd go to all these places with my cousin, and I'd be talking, and I'd be saying, we Ghanaians should be doing this, we Ghanaians should be doing that, until one day I got on his nerves so much, he turned around and said, "We Ghanaians who? You've come here from London at your age and you think you can be telling us what to do here." And, that was a true moment of humility for me because he was absolutely right. We're a product of, I suppose, what we see and hear around us. And a lot of the time where we are coming from, people portray Africa in a certain way, in a certain negative way that sometimes we can't help but latch onto. And obviously, they are completely wrong. And so now when I hear people talking about Africa in a certain way or talking about Ghana, I get annoyed because you hear them say things like, "Oh, I want to come back. Oh, I want to help. I want to help. There's so many things that need fixing. I want to help. I want to show how, everything should be done." But the reality is Africa doesn't need anybody's help. Africa has always had everything it's needed. Now, you've heard about from different speakers about the types of resources, the numbers of people there are here. And actually, think about all of the things that have been invented here and the level of intelligence and skill that we have on this continent. Africa has never needed anybody's help. But what it does need is for people to stop helping themselves, helping themselves to the resources, exploiting, extracting, with no return for the people of this country, no return for the people of the continent, and no return for the land. And we, from the diaspora, have the privilege in a way that some others from the West do not have the privilege to be able to come back and actually be a part of something, not a dictator of something, because that is very key. It's not for us to tell anybody, but to be a part of something. We have a privilege, particularly when we're coming from a place where we don't usually have privilege because of racism, because of the colour of our skin. So I think it's very, very key to recognise that privilege that we have here. And also that, again, as I said, we're not coming here to save everybody. By the time we get to the end of the year, I always know that I'm coming to celebrate Christmas in Ghana, but I get to that last week of the year, just when I'm about to take my plane and I'm tired. I start cancelling meetings, the emails are too much. And, you know, I'm a guy, but I'll say it in tree so that everyone can understand. My breath is finished. My cup is empty for the year, but I know that once I come here, I come, you know, I spend that time. And it's a beautiful, absolutely beautiful place to be. Yes, your aunties will judge you. They will judge you repeatedly. The new one they've got for me is, hey, do the MPs wear shorts in London? Is that what you're doing now these days? You know, they've always got something strange to say. But the one thing that you're not going to be judged on here is the colour of your skin. And it's a very, very beautiful and refreshing thing. Here, you know, they may give you a name, they call you the people from Abutree or whatever, but we are all Africans here, and that level of equality is a great way in which to exist. And so we have that significant advantage. We live where we live, but we are here, and we are able to gain from that as a member of the diaspora. So I want you all to actually look towards 2034. Look towards 2034 in your mind, and think about how you do it as a child of Africa. Because if we're not going to be part of the problem, part of the solution, we're only going to be part of the problem, because the world is changing. Geopolitically, everything is changing. And you would have heard before that in 2034, Africa is going to have the largest working age population, surpassing both India and China. That is a huge thing. It's a huge thing that I suppose you could definitely become involved in now by making sure that you're taking advantage of the fact as a diasporan, you are gaining certain rights in this country, which I think are very, very, very important. Now, people often ask me as a British politician, you speak about Africa in a certain way, you speak about Ghana in a certain way, but you're British. I very much accept that I'm British, but I also accept that as a child of Ghana, there are certain things that I have the right to do. And being that child of Ghana, I can promote Ghana in a certain way. And I think that's really, really important, but also asks that it is respected in a particular way. Morally, I think it's the right thing for my country to make sure that they have good relations with other countries around the world. But it's not just morally that I'm thinking about. I'm thinking economically. Economically, every single country, every single leader around the world should have the foresight to want to be friends with every single African country, and particularly a country like Ghana. If in a few years' time, in that 10 years, when we get to 2034, we are not friends with Ghana, I don't know where we are going to be as a country. And when I say friends, I mean ones that are equal, not the relationship that we have at the moment, where we are former colonizing power and sometimes we dictate, etc., what it is to be doing. We're still holding on to pieces of land and rights that we should never have. One that is one of equality, for the simple fact that when that shift happens, when we see all of those countries in Africa rising economically, it is better to be a friend than be a foe. And also remembering that the types of issues that people experience that they lived under is always felt more harshly by their descendants. The people that lived through it have a different relationship to those that look back and think to themselves, gosh, look at what these people did to us. And Africa is going to rise no matter what everybody does. So the important thing I would say for everybody to do is to get on board. And, you know, you don't invest when everybody jumps on board. You invest before. You need to seize the day because things change extremely quickly. So I'd like to pay tribute to Guba, the Diaspora Network, and everything that they continue to do. Because as I said, I mean, a one-stop shop here you've had today. You've been able to meet various different organizations, which I know that when my siblings moved back here, some of my older siblings did not have the opportunity to do in one single place. So I have to ask, how many of you are actually members of the Guba Diaspora Network? that's not near enough of you. If you know where you register to attend this event, you can actually go online and register as a member. You can ask other people to register as a member. This gives you access to certain things in terms of where to get in touch with certain people that will assist you in your journey as a diasporan. And as I said, you've got to seize these opportunities and also not be a gatekeeper. Be one that shares this information with others, because that is extremely, extremely important. And just to say that we understand what systems like, and we may get frustrated sometimes when we come here, but you have to be very, very clear that Ghana is moving at an extremely fast pace. And the question to all of you will be whether you're coming here to live and set up your businesses, whether you're coming to invest, whether you're coming to do work, not help in a look-down way, but remembering that you can partner with people and work with them. No one needs your help here. What they do need is people to work with. So if you're coming to work with people, fine, come here. Ghana is open to you, and it's open to you in so many different ways. But just remember that it is moving really, really quickly, and 2034 is coming. And I have to ask all of you, will you be ready? Will you have your Ghana card by then? You can get it outside right now. But it's really, really important that we jump on that train as a diaspora network, because we do not want to be left behind. And at this moment in time, we are in an extremely privileged position, and it's a beautiful, beautiful place to be, especially coming from people who have had so much done to them. Now is the time for us to do for ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so we are now going to hear from Einstein and team, who is a diaspora engagement as well as a policy advisor with the Diaspora Affairs Office of the President.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. How are you today? I'm here in the capacity as the Diaspora Engagement Policy Advisor, but I'm speaking on behalf of Director Kwesi Awa Ababio, who is the Director of Diaspora Affairs at the Office of the President, which is in charge of formulating the Diaspora Engagement Policy and leading the diaspora efforts for the country of Ghana. I'm going to stand on all existing protocols right now and say a warm welcome to all of you during this amazing time in Ghana's history. It's a pleasure to speak with you at this Diaspora Conversations Conference, aiming to harness the collective potential of the global African diaspora towards economic progress in Ghana, in Africa, and across the African diaspora. I will begin by stating that it's without a question that the diaspora of any nation is an immense asset to its people, the culture, and its future prosperity. In knowing this, our role at Diaspora Affairs Office of the President is to cultivate, inspire, and facilitate the engagement of diaspora in Ghana. We do this work by strengthening and building bridges to grow the impact of the global African diaspora and leveraging this network to advance development covering vital areas of the country in the form of remittances, trade, skill transfer, brain drain to brain gain, safe and orderly migration, and much more. As stated before, the diaspora of any nation represents a reservoir of significant assets, capital, diverse skills in a global spotlight, which when harnessed, these assets possess the potential to elevate a nation. The diaspora therefore becomes a catalyst for progress, contributing to capital infusion through strategic investments, fostering infrastructure development by attracting intellectual talent, and weaving a connective thread through media and engagement. In essence, the diaspora holds the key to propelling the nation forward and accelerating growth on multiple facets. In the case of Ghana and Africa, this is unique because our diaspora goes beyond the domain of Ghanaian nationals, but also includes our historical diaspora, who are the descendants of Africans who were taken from our shores through the horrific slave trade. The historical diaspora today have started new movements, disrupted old narratives, and created a battle cry to re-engage with the continent. They want to come home. So wherever you are, wherever you started your journey, we want to say to all of you, you are now home. Akwaba, Ghana welcomes you. Ghana has raised the flag high for connecting our brothers and sisters back to the homeland Africa. The iconic year of return, in which the director was the chair of the steering committee, marks 400 years of slavery and the Africans taken from Jamestown, Ghana to Jamestown, USA. This historic campaign launched by Ghana was a record-breaking success, largely because the diaspora answered the call to engage. Altogether, it was a significant benefit to the diaspora for their cultural and heritage immersion, and to Ghana for the increased tourism and remittances which reached record levels. This success carried it on forward because as they came home in droves, new opportunities emerge to help the diaspora engage, stay, and build. Just 2 weeks ago, the Diaspora Affairs Office of the President, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Ministry of Information, and 27 key government agencies and developmental partners launched a historic Ghana Diaspora Engagement Policy. This policy, launched by the President, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, for Ghanaians, included the historic diaspora, recognizing the importance of this sixth region in the collective development for a global Africa. Showcasing Ghana's steadfastness in the drive for mutual cohesion and bridge building. The policy builds a framework for the collective diaspora to invest in Ghana and provides a roadmap for different institutions and agencies to scale efforts for diaspora impact into the nation. To conclude, I will highlight Ghana's leadership in this dialogue for African investment and why I encourage more diaspora globally to engage with the nation and join us, especially during a period like this. Time magazine has named Ghana's capital, Accra, as the best place to visit in Africa, making Ghana one of the topmost tourist destinations and attractions globally. Ghana was ranked second most peaceful country in Africa, behind only Mauritius. Ghana's agricultural sector, its forestry, timber, fishery, horticulture, mineral wealth industry, all the growing Ghana's telecommunications, fintech sectors, technology sector, digitalization, youth workforce, remote talent, skill-based talent are all growing rapidly. Ghana is also the hub to the headquarters of the Africa Free Trade Area, which is set to add trillions to the African economy. Also, with the Pan-African Payments and Settlement Systems, PAPS, coming into effect, this showcases that there are even more increased growth to come. The diaspora of any community are a galvanizing force for trade with the host nations. Altogether, Ghana is fast becoming the mecca for Afro-descendant people all around the world. The combined growth of the Ghanaian diaspora and the historic diaspora, the scale of investment, trade, and engagement is going to grow to record-breaking proportions. That is why taking part in programs like these are important, and connecting with like-minded leaders is very important. If there was ever a time to engage and prioritize your engagement with Ghana, now is the time. So now that I've said these words, the formalized speech words, I just want to add a few more remarks from my side, right? Myself personally, my first time engaging with Ghana as an adult was at the Diaspora Homecoming and Celebration Summit, which took place here in Accra by the Diaspora Affairs Office of the President. And coming here was an eye-opening experience. For me personally, I live in the UK, traveled around the world. I was a professional rugby player at one point in the Territorial Army. So I'd been sort of dissociated away from my own culture. But coming back was a breath of fresh air. And I'd say that I become so much more fulfilled living here. And I'll share a quick story. There's a famous story that took place it's a true story that happened in the 1800s, the 19th century, by a young man called Darby, who literally was working during the gold rush in the west of the USA. And in that time period, as he was working, he came across sort of like gold ore, right? So upon seeing that, he went back home, raised as much money as he could, rallied his family, his friends, took a lot of gains, and actually went with his uncle to the Colorado Springs to try and dig for gold, right? So with all the machinery and equipment, they went to work and pushed hard, and literally they did the best they could for a long time, and came to no success. So he abandoned the project, came back home, and sold his the equipment and machinery to a junk man, and the junk man literally took the machinery, bought it, and went back to the place, and with the help of a mining engineer, actually found the gold 3 feet away from where the guy Darby was digging from, right? And that story has become a famous story called being 3 feet away from gold, which I'm sure some of you guys have heard about. For me personally, that story marks for a lot of people here in this room as diaspora. The gold, literally and figuratively, is here in Ghana. It's in Africa. Whether it's the youth talent, the resources available, the growing sectors, the digitization taking up more prominence, the gold is here. So I do know it can be quite challenging when you come through and you transition here, but do try and keep going on, because literally you might be 3 feet away from gold, all right? So to keep pressing forward. So that goes to the new incumbents who are coming back home. But for the people who've already been in Ghana, who are here, who are being a bit more discouraged, especially in this, with last year being quite a challenging time period, that same man Darby who missed the goal of 3 feet away, upon that experience, made a promise to himself that he would never miss another opportunity again by being impatient or not being persevering enough. So he actually got into the insurance sector and made a fortune as an insurance salesman, building a great company, going much for and he's the one that wrote the story. All right. So with that being said, for those of you who've already moved here, who are working hard to make things forward, I encourage all of you to keep going at it. You literally are 3 feet away from gold. So please, thank you very much. And I do encourage all of you, check our website, diasporaaffairs.gov.gh, connect with myself and come learn about what we do to help empower diasporans, both in the national sector through policy, but also individuals as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all that information and for sharing your personal story. I know you, and I didn't know that 2017 was your first time coming and experiencing Ghana like as an adult. For those of us like myself and him who have Ghanaian heritage, we have a different kind of feeling when we come versus the historical diaspora experience. But both experiences are equally important. And I'm glad that everybody is here today, and you're going to experience a fantastic third panel in just a moment. But we want to hear from our sponsor, Pay Angel, to share some information about what they do here in Ghana. And then also just a brief reminder that before you do leave, that there are vendors out there that you may want to patronize and see what it is that they have to offer, what services that they may be able to help you with here living in Ghana. So let's hear from our sponsor, Pay Angel.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. It's a pleasure to always stand here and also to be associated with GUBA Foundation's projects all the time. Pay Angel is a global remittance company helping Africans in the diaspora to remit money from back to their home countries. We remit money into 11 African countries, and we remit from UK, Canada, Australia, Europe, and we are working on entering the US market as well. As a company, we are not only focused on remittances, but also helping businesses, especially diasporan businesses here, to reconnect back to their home countries. So we have what is called the direct to merchant platform or business solution that we help in setting up the businesses here to give them a foot back in their home countries or wherever they are coming from. So once you provide services to your networks, your clients in the diaspora, all they have to do is to use our app to remit that money back directly into your bank account here in Ghana as well. We currently have come up with our new application known as the Angel Communities. And this application is a 3-in-1 platform that helps you with your event ticketing, membership management, as well as driving data as well. So we have our stand at the back, and I'm also around. In any case you need further information on what we do, or you want to engage further, we are available to talk to you and see how best we can help you to reconnect back to the diasporan community. Thank you very much.
The next panel is Insights from Ghana, and kudos to all of you who are still here. I know after lunch it gets tiring, you kind of like your energy is down, but let's get our energy back up because we are here to learn from each other and to grow. And so Insights from Ghana, the final panel featuring diasporans who've made the move to Ghana or they're investing in Ghana.
Yes, so I am a recording artist. I moved here from New York City in late 2018. The music I do is Afrofusion, so it's a mixture of hip hop, dancehall, and Afrobeats under African production. I am also a humanitarian. My NGO, Panela Foundation, focuses on skin disease and skin cancer in Africa due to skin bleaching. And as an entrepreneur, I own an e-commerce women's apparel line called Panel of Online I'm wearing today. And it's for mainly the diaspora because 80% of my clientele is from the diaspora, but it's also for local consumption as well. Thank you.
But anyway, hello people, hope everyone's good. My name is Mike's. The full name, as we're in Ghana, Mike's Bwedi Alawi Michael Kofi Quest.
Hey,
yeah.
Hey.
We're in Ghana, so we can feel free, right? We can feel free. I'm a record producer, composer. and property developer in Ghana. I do a couple of other businesses as well. I was born and raised in the UK, but I went to school in Ghana for about 6 years. Those of you that know the school in Cape Coast, if you know, you know. So I went to the school for a little bit as well. That's from Fantipin, by the way. And yeah, been in Ghana for a while, doing lots of business. So yeah, ready to share my real experiences. I'm sorry, I don't sugarcoat stuff. So I will tell you exactly the type of experiences, good and bad and ugly, and then we can get into it. So looking forward to it.
Diallo.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. We are what we call an African resource company. Most of our clients are the historical diaspora. So we bring groups of people here to visit for what we call a birthright journey, as well as help people with repatriation. I'm also a local chief in the community here, a place called Yame Beshere, which is in Akuapem, north of the eastern region, and I accepted a post there as in Kosoheni. It's a small cocoa farming community of about 1,200 people. If you're ever driving towards Kofodria and you stop after Tinkon, after the police barrier, just stop anywhere in Yame Beshere and just tell them that Nana One sent you, and you'll get food and water and drink and everything. So thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sandra Beke. I'm an economist by transition into education for the past 15 years now. I've been in Ghana for 16. So I am very, very pleased to be here today. I wish there was a network like that when I came to Ghana. It would have made my transition way smoother than it was. But it's a pleasure to be here with you today.
Hello, everyone. My name is Neil Oku. I'm an investment banker by trade, but now I call myself a luxury mason/carpenter. I'm in real estate. We have a couple of projects under our belt, but we're currently doing a 100-unit development in Labone called Heritage 100. So I think that's one of the primary reasons that I'd like to speak at such an illustrious event like GUBA, because my goal is to really bring back the diaspora in all forms and really create the ecosystem that we believe Ghana should be and is currently materializing as an existence. So thank you all. We'll talk further.
Thank you. This is a conversation about insights from Ghana. We're going to keep it real. We've gone through all of the policy stuff. You know, the first couple of panels, we were really formal, but, you know, we want to really get down to the real experiences of what it's like. You can be successful in Ghana, but you have to go through certain things in order to be able to get to where you're going to, and you have to have a vision, and everyone here has a vision. So I'm happy to have this conversation with all of you. So let me start off first with Delasi. You moved from New York City to Ghana. First of all, what made you make the move to Ghana, coming from New York City as a recording artist? Because there's a lot of people in the entertainment industry who the goal is to go to New York, go to LA. Why do the reverse and come to Ghana?
Wow, no one's ever asked me that, but that's a really good question. Thank you for asking. Well, my story is a little bit unique. My father, Dr. Kweku Anning, is the former Deputy Director General of the United Nations. And its significance is that, you know, part of the perks of being a senior level staffer at the UN is they give you tickets for you and your family to go to your country of origin every year. So from maybe 4 months old through age 22, I was coming to Ghana back and forth for summers and Christmases and things like that. So Ghana was very much a part of my coming of age, and it was very much a part of my, you know, cultural impact growing up. So I've always wanted to move to Ghana. And I remember my first boyfriend was when I was 14 years old. And I asked him, look, if we fall in love and we're together forever, you gonna move to Africa? Because that's part of the plan. You know, it was always part of the plan. And it was always something that I wanted to make happen. I don't think that the significance would have been as strong if I didn't have a childhood growing up here. I had my sweet 16 here. I had a lot of formative moments here in Ghana, which made me feel like I was away from home every time I went back to New York. And my cousins would tease me because they'd be like, you're from New York City, one of the greatest cities in the world, and you want to be in here in this small Accra. Why? But they don't understand how it feels to walk into a store and not be followed around, or to be on the line for a first class flight and be asked 7 different times, are you sure you're on the right line? These small little nuances are what kind of eats away at you eventually. And it makes you very frustrated being in this black skin. But every time I got off the plane at Kotoka and I felt that heat hit me, I felt home. And I was always chasing that home feeling, so why not come home? In terms of music, yes. I came here right at the cusp of Afrobeats popularity growing in the US. But for those 4 years before moving here, between 2014 and 18, I went to the UK quite a bit. I was growing my connections within the African music culture. And I knew that African music would be global. It wasn't global yet. It actually got to the US when Drake and Wizkid did a song together. And then I think Davido came in with Fall. And once those records hit, I mean, it was huge. But I moved before that. And the reason why is because I felt that Ghana needed a lyricist, a female lyricist, operating at my level of professionalism to represent for the country on an international stage. I've been a Ghanaian before I was a New Yorker, and I'll be a Ghanaian when I die. So as an artist, it's important for that art to be reflective of that culture and reflective of that foundation. So yes, while everybody's running to the US, I was going the other way. And as we see almost 5 years later, Afrobeats is everywhere. We have Selena Gomez, we have Justin Bieber, we have Chris Brown, and they're all tapping in because they saw what I saw like 7 years ago. So that is the long, short story.
All right. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Mr. Mikes, you shared that you did some school, you lived in the UK, but you did some school in Ghana.
Yeah.
And then you went back to the UK.
Yeah.
And then now you're back in Ghana.
Yeah, back
Kind of, sort of, or you just
no,
one foot in,
yeah.
one foot out?
So I'm one of the guys who's like on a plane like literally every like few weeks because I realized that to do business in Ghana, you have to have a presence here. Caretaker shouldn't know if you're in Ghana or if you've gone to Kumasi. You need to be here. Do you know what I mean? And because I've got family in like, you know, young family in the UK, I have to also have a presence there as well. And that's definitely one of the challenges. I know we're not into that yet, but that's one of the things that doing business in Ghana brings from my perspective. So the long story short is, yep, I'm here and there and everywhere at any point where I need to be.
Okay. Well, what I wanted to know about, because when I was growing up in Canada,
Yeah.
it was always, my mom would always be like, if we don't behave, she's sending us back to Ghana to go to
okay.
boarding school.
Why did I know
Where
that
the
was coming?
headmasters.
Let me tell you
So I'm
what
just wondering
happened.
if
I
you had an
beg you.
experience- If you were sent back, and if the time you were here resulted in you feeling a connection that made you want to come back.
Okay,
That's what I wanted to
no,
know.
fantastic question, and I'm glad you asked. So, yes, definitely. So I was born, raised in the UK, and when I was about 10 years old, it was like I was getting ready to go to secondary school. I'd went and done my basically when you get to that age, you go and do like these like visits. So you go visit the school that you want. You've made your choice. You're excited. We're about to go into the summer holidays. About to join school, and then mum was like, "Yeah, we're going on holidays." And then I was like, "Okay, cool, but how long?" And then she was like, "Oh, don't worry, we're going, you know." And I remember 10 years old, I demanded to see the ticket because I kind of felt like the energy just weren't matching up. Like I was like, yo, because we used to come to Ghana a lot anyway, but this particular trip, something felt different. Anyway, long story short, obviously we came to Ghana. She said it was supposed to be 4 weeks, and then 4 weeks came, and then 4 years came, and then, you know, but it's the blueprint for my kids. They don't know it yet, but it's the same blueprint that I'm going to roll out. It was a really, really good experience. Initially, there was obviously the culture shock. There was trying to kind of fit in because coming on holiday is totally different from living in Ghana. Whether you're a kid or whether you're an adult, you will feel that resistance. You will feel that sort of like challenge of trying to fit in. And And as time went on, I had to kind of find my feet. I went to a couple of schools, went to Alced Academy in Jolu for a bit, and that was quite good. And then I went to Infantsipim and Cape Coast boarding school. I didn't totally finish because Charlie was getting too much. So Charlie, the SSC and Charlie, then I just ducked out. But I kept a very, very good relationship with most people that I was really close with. And that is what allowed me, when I started coming back by myself in 2010 to like do real estate and tap into music as well. I was able to just drop a message in a WhatsApp group and say, Charlie, I need a Ghana passport sorted. Charlie, I need this. Charlie, I need that. And I built a network here, and it was definitely a safety net for me to feel welcomed and to be able to get into the swing of things. So to answer your question, it definitely helped coming to school here. It was part of the reason why I felt able to come back so comfortably. And yeah, like I said, that's the blueprint.
So I wanted to tap into that because, and the reason why I want to lead into, when I lead into Diallo, with the whole school thing, because you went to school here, so you had a network when you came. Yeah. Because in Ghana, for those who may not know, the school network is a really big deal. Like what school you went to.
Huge.
Like when I came, I remember, because I've been living in Ghana since 2016, but I initially came in 2011 and stayed for 2 years before I left and came back.
Yeah.
And on that time, it was like, everybody's like, oh, which school did you go to? Oh,
Yeah.
which school? And it's like that automatic network.
Yeah.
When you don't have that, it makes it challenging when you're initially networking. So I want to lead into Diallo, who is of the historical diaspora. He's not a person who has a connection to Ghana the way that the three of us do, because we have parents who are, and Neil also, I'm not sure if you don't have family connection, do you? You do, okay.
My mother is Ghanaian.
Okay, all right. So Diallo is the one on the panel who doesn't have a Ghanaian connection, and works in the travel space and has managed to build a network and build something that has grown big and made a huge impact. Diallo was part of the Year of Return, with pushing the agenda of getting people to come to Ghana and the historical connection and everything. So I want to lead into Diallo. And how did you manage to build a way for yourself in Ghana, in a country that you have absolutely no connection to, and advice that some people here may need?
Black people been making lemonade out of lemons forever. So it's a certain spirit and a vibe that comes with people, right? When you go to certain places. So for me, I was familiar with Africa. The first time that I stepped on the African continent was in 1988. And that was in Senegal. And I spent years going back and forth to Senegal, a lot of the Francophone countries, Mali, Guinea, Conakry. These countries are much harder than Ghana to live. And it's not as simple, and it's another language. So I didn't come to Ghana until 2014, my first time. And I actually came to Ghana on a search and a guide for something that I believe God told me I needed, which was spiritual discipline. So I was just at a point in my life, and it was like, well, you're not going to go further till you get spiritual discipline. So I'm like, well, what exactly is that? So then I went on a search for this. And my teacher, who I found here in Ghana, I came here with him and began to learn meditation and manifestation and things like that. So for me, it was, I also grew up in Washington, D.C. I came up in D.C. in the crack era, 1989. 2 months after I moved to D.C., somebody got killed on my front porch. 3 months later, somebody got killed on my gate. So I come from, and a lot of us in certain neighborhoods come from survival. We come from, head is on a swivel. My head is still on a swivel when I go to a club. I don't keep my back to the door. Like, it's just how you were raised and kind of how you went. So for me personally, when I came, and then I decided, well, let me see if this is going to work for me. I operate the same way you operate in the hood. I need to learn the terrain first. Like most of us don't realize that we have everything that we need. We just don't know how to apply it across the board for our lives. right? So you operate a certain way in school, and those same strategies that I used in high school and college to get great grades, you use those same strategies in the industry that you work for in the workplace to get promotions. So for me, when I decided that I was going to do this, I said, okay, when I come back, don't nobody meet me at the airport. Just tell me how to get there. So they said, okay, when you get off the airport, go to Medina, take the Chocho to Kafordria. Once you get to Kafordria, get a car to Yame Betre and drop in. I didn't know what none of that meant, but I just did what they told me to do. I got off the airport. I said, where's Medina? They said, go here. I went to Medina. I found the Chocho. That's when I learned you had to wait 3 blood clot hours for the Chocho to fill up before you can go somewhere. Then I went to Kafordria. So I did that. So then I said, okay, if I'm going to be here, I need to bump with the people. I need to get where the people are, not necessarily where, I need to get where the real meat of the people are. So I said, all right, let me take a Chocho to Kumasi. So I took a Chocho to Kumasi. Let me take a Chocho to Cape Coast. So I took a Chocho. So for 2-3 weeks, I just moved around by myself on public transportation, meeting people, drinking at Petroche and local dive bars and having debates with people about whether I'm a real African or not because I don't have a village. I just met all different types of people. And at the end, I was like, oh, I could do this. This is where I'm from. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of led me here and helped me really begin to engage. And then from there, I would say that, some of it was God doing the rest, and then some of it was when I came here, it just hit me like, okay, so this is legacy. My children are older, so I didn't have little kids in school. They were in college. My wife had retired from her job, and I was at the point where, I was making money, but money wasn't really fulfilling. I wasn't chasing the salary. I really wasn't chasing a certain amount of money. Some people don't want to be happy to have X amount of dollars. I was trying to figure out, how do I become immortal? How do I make sure my great-great-great-grandchildren know my name? So then I just started moving that way. And then that kind of led me to meeting the right people, building, getting in certain rooms and things like that. And then at the end of that, you realize that, people who think that way make more money anyway. So then the byproduct of that was helpful. But that's kind of like how it happened for me, how I met you. I met Ivy because a friend of mine was watching social media. He kept saying, Ivy, he told me, find her when you get to Ghana. So I met Ivy at the Ghana Tourism Authority Awards, and I was like,
I wasn't
where?
working there yet.
You wasn't working,
No,
but
when I met you, I was not at GTA yet.
I think it was an event, and I was like, my man told me I need to find you.
Yes,
and then we exchanged numbers. It was like simple like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway.
Yeah, I'm glad you shared that story because for me, even though I have Ghanaian roots, I did the navigating because we left when I was 2. So it's not like I had a connection with people. I was 2 years old when we left this country. So, and I had been to visit, but I was like, I don't know, 7 or 8 so it wasn't old enough that I was here to really know the system. So I used to do that. I used to get in, I was living with my uncle in East Legon, 2011 to 2013, and I would be going to the end of the street and taking the trotro and just go wherever because I wanted to know where places were. I would just get on, go around, go places and see, oh, that's where that is. And because when you don't live here, you don't know what some of the things that people are doing mean until you're within the community. Like I would always see people like, sex. And I'm like, what the heck is sex? And then I found out, oh, they're saying circle. Sex. They're saying circle. So the mate is shouting that for the people to know where they're going. And when I see somebody going like this with their hand or going like this, I'm like, I don't know what it means. But they're telling you where the destination is based on what the route is. So sometimes you have to immerse yourself amongst the people in order to learn some of the things and some of the cultural aspects and just to know where and not to get duped. Because when you know something, then you're like, hey, you know what? That's not what it is. I would sit there and listen to them talk. I know it's 2 cities from point A to point B. So I'll just sit there and be like, okay, what is he telling that person? How much is it? Okay. And then I'll be like, oh, how much is it? Oh, am I down for you? So you learn the system when you're willing to just dive in. Yeah. So Sandra, I want to hear a bit about your experience. You said you've been in Ghana, is it 15 years?
16.
16 years. And you used to work in Ernst & Young.
Yes.
Working in the financial industry, but now you're in education.
Yes, I am.
So I would love to hear your story.
Okay, so I was born and raised in France. So I grew up in France, did all my schooling in France. Then I came to Ghana. The first time that I came to Ghana, I was 17 years old. So I was amazed, people looking like me. France is a very different terrain from the States or the UK. It's a very different environment. So I was amazed by the environment. I felt comfortable. I felt at ease. I met family. I didn't know I had so many family members. We visited the village, so I felt comfortable. Then I went back and decided to work in economics because I wanted to have an impact. So I went to learn a degree in economic planning, then economic policies. And I came to Ghana, worked for Ernst& Young. I was working in corporate in Ghana, in France before. So I came on holidays one December in 2007. And I think I was at a pivotal stage in my life where I was fed up with corporate. I was fed up of trying to fit in. I was fed up of trying to explain who I was. A simple change of hairstyle will be the talk of the office for for a whole week. So I was fed up with that. So I came to Ghana on holidays and decided not to come back, to go back to France. So I stayed in Ghana for 2 years without going back to France because I wanted to immerse myself and not think as France as being an option anymore. I wanted to stay in Ghana, be in Ghana, and I've made that decision. No matter what life throws at me, I will make it work. So I worked for Ernst & Young for 5 years, and then I realized that if I really wanted to make an impact, I needed to work on the minds, because trying to put policy in place, people drive policy, people put in place policies. You need to be able to work on the minds, and what better stage to do that than with children? So we set up a school, a bilingual school, because it's my background. I wanted them to be able to move throughout Africa, West Africa, being able to go to Togo, do business, go to Ivory Coast, Senegal, everywhere. So we set up a bilingual school from creche all the way to secondary school. So that's the reason why I transitioned between from economics to education.
I would love to hear what your experiences were in those beginning years. Did you have any frustrating challenges when you moved to Ghana? Because moving from Europe, I know, like you mentioned, Europe and North America is different, but we share the same experience as Black people, where, like you mentioned the hairstyle thing. I know all about that. It's like, we have commonalities, but there are differences. But what I want to know is, what were some of the things that were big challenges for you adjusting to Ghana in those first few years?
First of all, it was the lack of network. So I come from France. There's a very, very tiny Ghanaian community. I think we are 10,000. I think we know each other very well. But when I came to Ghana, lack of network. So I relied on family members a lot for a lot of time. Then my biggest challenge, I think, was myself and how I was perceiving the environment, how I was perceiving challenges. Once I decided to shift my mindset, so I was able to fit in better, to not see challenges as something that was so frustrating anymore. It was a normal thing, something that I needed to address, but not really something that will frustrate me for days. So basically, it's changing myself and building a network.
Building a network. We've heard this consistently over the last couple of panels as well. Building a network is so important. Ghana is definitely a people network society. It's difficult to get by without it. Like, even one of the things that I found challenging coming to Ghana was always, can we just talk about this on the phone? Can't we just do this in an email? It was always, oh, let's meet for lunch to have the discussion. Let's meet for dinner to have the discussion. And I'm just like, oh my goodness. Like, for me coming from Canada, and I lived in the US a short time as well, you could easily do stuff over email or by the phone. But here they want to see your face and build that network. Know that they trust you. They can see, okay, this is the person. Do I know their aunt? Do I know their, their sister, their brother? So building that network of people is so important. And anyone who is moving to Ghana or thinking about moving to Ghana, make sure that you understand that. Build those friendships and relationships. Now, Neil, the real estate man who called himself a luxury mason. That was funny. That was funny, because I'm sure you probably have to get your hands in a lot more than you expected in this business. Now, You were working in the finance industry and doing very well. What would make you, because a Ghanaian born and bred, many of them would say, what's wrong with you? You were making so much money living in America. Why did you come to Ghana? For what? What made you make the transition?
So in my specific case, I can't say it was the hairstyle, but definitely it was growing up in the corporate ladder. It was really trying to get to the next level, promotion after promotion, being sent globally to represent the company. I operated different teams, sometimes 200-300 people in Singapore, in Hong Kong, in London, and I was almost always the only black guy in the room. And it got to a point when I got to a point where I was pretty senior, that it looked like I was in the room because of my capabilities, but sometimes I was also being, championed because they've got one. There's one black guy there. And that whole diversity experience started weighing on me. It started leaving a little bit of a concept of, am I really as good as I think I am? And would I be able to do this in an environment that is less structured? So it just so happened that, I had been running around Ghana every Christmas, come see a couple of aunties, eat free food, party here and there. And I saw how much the growth prospects were. Someone said earlier, there's always a solution to a challenge, and you can monetize that. Sitting in a corporate environment and doing investment banking, all we did was speak to clients and figure out how to manage their money and see how we can get them a better return. Similarly, in this environment, I thought it was primarily for a gold mine, for me. I came to Ghana to become a financial consultant, and 7 months of sitting at people's offices and, hey, minister this and uncle that and all of that, I realized that really wasn't the path. No one really gets the broader vision, and I had to carve my own way, and I just so happened to have acquired land. And I said, well, rather do something real, which is real estate, than, playing around with 6 computer terminals that I've been doing for the last 12 years. So that's what led me into that juncture. But it wasn't really just building 4 walls and doing, a house or apartments or whatnot. I really wanted to create communities. And the whole prospect around our company, even the projects we're doing now, it's not one compound or one house that you've just gotten and you're building. Currently in Laboni, which is unheard of, we've taken down 5 properties and we're developing an entire street in phases. So I believe in the next few years, that's how Ghana will become, the prospects of New York in the 40s or London in the 1800s. And that level of development is coming one way or the other. So we wanted to be the first mover in that direction.
What inspires you to keep going? Because the industry you're working in real estate, it's one that comes with many challenges, because the way that building is done in Ghana is not the same way as building is done in North America. What inspires you to keep going? Because I know that there's challenges you face.
Yeah, so the challenges, they're insurmountable. People come to these panels, right? And they really think they're going to hear like the golden jewel and it's going to change everything. But it is never one single ingredient. Even with money, there's a number of things you can't get done. Even with influence, there's a number of things that you can't get done. So every day is a permutation of trying to figure it out. In my case, I've given myself no other option but to move forward. And anyone who really is committed to finding that grand vision, when they put themselves in that position, it's sink or swim. And that's, I'd say, my inspiration, that there's no going back.
Ivy, I was telling a friend that the people who are here are not really here for business. The only way that you can be here is you have to want to be here first. I don't care how much money you're making. I don't care what it is. I feel like, similar to what you said, you have to want to be here first. And then once you want to be here, you'll figure out a way to do everything else. Because I've never seen Ghana to be any easier or harder than the U.S. Like, I hear all people saying, oh, in Ghana is this, you got to do this, you got to do that. You got to do that everywhere. I don't know no place where somebody has found success, no matter how they defined it, with an easy way. Okay, maybe you don't have Dumso, right? So the lights are on all the time. But still, it closed at 5. I got a banking relationship manager here that if I say I'm on my way, he gonna wait and open the back door. That's not gonna happen in America. I'm not gonna have a banking manager wait in the bank for an hour and a half for me to get there and let me in the back door to take care of my business, or just bring me all the documents to my house. So it's certain things that's not gonna happen there. But I feel like you have to want to be here in this environment, in this space, for everything that it is and it isn't first. And then once you have that, you'll find success. Because so many people come here with bags full of money and they leave with, shito. Like, it's because they had the wrong idea for what it takes. But
Absolutely.
For any of you, do you think that it's important to have relationships with any governmental agencies or government institutions in order to become successful in Ghana? Because one of the things I notice about Ghana is the local Ghanaian community is very political about everything, and everything often people blame the government for a lot of challenges and issues. So I'm wondering, when you decided to come to Ghana and enter whatever business space you're in, did you find it to be necessary to engage with the government or any government agencies to help you do what you're doing?
From my perspective, from on the property side, I do property development as well, and I've been doing that on the rental side. So I've got development that I started in 2010, and then now we've got properties that we're doing for sale, East Legon as well, which we recently started. And I think if you can have those relationships, that it definitely gives you an advantage, because whatever happens, you're going to hit some kind of wall that's going to require some kind of influential relationship on a government level. So, for example, talking about property, on the rental side, when I started renting, like back in like 2010, I'd done some apartments. I had some like challenges with some tenants because, I was probably a bit naive as a landlord at that time, very sort of cordial and stuff, and very open and very wanting to just build a nice like network of certain types of like tenants. But then when it was time to like renew tenancies or time for people to move out, it was like I realized, okay, the culture is people don't want to move. Like, even if their rent is up, for example, and I found myself in this place called rent control, because a lot of people would be like, oh, okay, we're going to rent control. And it's kind of like a mini court where you go and you kind of put your case forward and stuff. And yes, eventually going through all of that, like the systems do work eventually, but it wastes a lot of time. Do you know what I mean? And if you have those relationships in advance where you could just pick up the phone and say, okay, let's go to rent. You've already sent the documents forward to that person. They already know what the case is. You've got a relationship with them. So they know, oh, look, Mr. Quest, we know him as a landlord. He checks out. So we can deal with it remotely, like you were saying, rather than me waiting for how many weeks, go sit down at rent control, have this conversation. It's like a huge waste of time. So I feel like having those relationships, whichever industry you're in, if you, for example, you might get stopped by police, for example, right? It might be something very, very, very minimal. But then, if you don't have relationships, your time will be wasted. Even if they say, hey, let's go, follow me to the police station, let's go to the police station. You go to the police station, you go sit there, you explain, give me your license, blah, 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 blah. The reality is, if you get on the phone and you're like, look, speak to Mr. Honorable, blah, 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 blah. Oh, Honorable, yes, sir. Good afternoon. Yes, sir. Oh, and then all of a sudden, it's like, okay, oh, you just give me my Christmas. And then, like, you've saved yourself, like, half a day. So, as a business person, it's how much is your time worth?
Right.
Do you know? Because if you invested that money and time in building those relationships organically, it pays you back on the other side, because now when you need to escalate, you can just make those calls, and that's a different, and I'm not talking about bribe. I'm talking about leveraging relationships. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly what you're talking about.
Because there's a huge difference.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, because it also is helpful for anyone here, because emergency services in Ghana are also not top level. I mean, it's when I say top level, what I mean is it's not timely. So it's not like when you're in America, it's 911. Same with Canada, it's 911. I don't know what the number is in the UK. But when you call, you get an ambulance within a reasonable time, but in Ghana, you might not get an ambulance at all because they don't have any available. And so having a relationship, even because I recently had witnessed a man getting run over by a gasoline truck. And my first instinct was calling the ambulance. So I called 191 and nobody's answering. I'm like, what do I do now? So I called a police officer that I know in that community. So I called that police officer, and then they were the ones who were able to dispatch to get somebody to come. So, you just never know who you might need to call in certain situations.
And I know I've made this point before in other settings with you, Ivy, in terms of what he said about the police stuff. I've definitely made this point many times. But I just want to say, just to be succinct, Ghana is a very classist society, and it's very openly classist. And coming from the United States, which, I mean, essentially everywhere is classist. Anywhere where capitalism is, you're going to find classism. But in the US, we are socialized and we're taught that everybody is equal, everybody's the same. Like, you shouldn't judge somebody based on their family lineage or their education or their income. People do this, I mean, covertly, but not overtly. In Ghana, it's much more outward. And I think Neil made the point that it doesn't necessarily matter how much education, money, or access you have when you get here, but it is very, very much contingent upon who you know. So this is a very much of a who you know kind of society. And of course, having connections in the government sector, which is one of the most powerful sectors in the nation, is always going to be more helpful than not. When I came here as an artist, I was very naive, and I thought that I can navigate through the industry, the music industry in Ghana, like I did in New York City, and I couldn't do that because as a woman who did not have a team, I didn't have like a management, PR, like, the works, I didn't have all of that. I had connections, and I had people that I knew. I knew, promoters, I knew managers, I knew DJs, but that wasn't enough because there's a lot of exploitation that goes on. There's a lot of financial exploitation and there's a lot of sexual exploitation. And you're not going to be protected by anybody here because there's no advocacy groups for those kinds of situations. So I was very much navigating on my own. And I don't think it was until I connected with the people at Musica and the people in the creative arts sector that I was actually able to get some headway. Because the exploitation is so real. So it doesn't matter that I had all this education, all these connections in New York and the UK and, Canada. It doesn't matter, that, I have X amount of dollars. Like, none of that mattered because I didn't know the right people. So I think coming here was a humbling experience because I realized that the social cachet is what is the most valuable thing. And so it is so essential that your networks are strong and you are very intentional. I know we're taught not to social climb, but this is the kind of society where you have to survive because how you navigate is strongly based on who you know and how many.
Now, speaking of exploitation as a woman, I would love to hear from Sandra and yourself. I mean, I've experienced situations where it's not that it doesn't exist in other places because exploitation exists everywhere. But I think the challenge here is getting the protections in the same way. And it's something that I think a lot of women need to be aware of when you come into the society. And I'm not saying that it's something that is happening all the time, every day, but there are nuances that sometimes I'm like, is it 1985 or are we in 2020? Well, we're 2024 now, but at the time. So sometimes there's boundaries that people cross with the things they say that they see as harmless that you may not feel comfortable with. Have you ever experienced anything like that?
Yes, but I think it depends the way you position yourself. You have to be careful. Sometimes coming from the Western world, we can be sometimes overly friendly, hugging, and all these things, and then it can be interpreted in a different way. So you have to be mindful how you portray yourself and the boundaries that you set. But when you have a quick conversation and let them know that this is not acceptable in a very nice way, they will stop. They are not people who will be pushing themselves over and over on you. So it's just about how you position yourself and having a frank, honest conversation. Yes.
And how do you handle it?
Yeah, I think I agree with what Sandra says. I think as long as you're polite and you're clear about your boundaries, then I think you kind of give up the impression like, okay, that's the one to not mess with because she means business, you know. It's unfortunate that sometimes you do have to take it maybe just a slightly higher notch than that, depending on who you're dealing with. But I've never had extreme instances where I'm dealing with any kind of like violence or anything like that. Although I do have some friends from the diaspora who do live here who have encountered that kind of thing, particularly in the ride sharing, you know, the Uber, Bolt, and stuff like that. And I would just say that, you know, it is important as a woman here to have men that you trust. That might be family, might not be, but it is really essential to know people in the police force. It is really important because that certainly saved me a time or two. And like you mentioned, there's not necessarily a convenient number that you can call to reach them. So anytime you're in a situation where you might be stopped at a checkpoint, or even just intentionally going to the police stations to create these and foster these relationships, as a woman, I would always suggest this. No matter how comfortable you feel, you just never know what situation you could end up in, and it's always nice to have that kind of protection.
I would like to add as well that I feel safer in Ghana as a woman that I feel in Paris. I can walk around at 1 a.m. in East Legon and I won't feel threatened. But if I'm in Paris, walking around certain neighborhood at 1 a.m., I might not necessarily feel safe. So it is a pretty safe environment. So I just wanted to add that.
I would agree that it is definitely safe. I do feel
But
safe.
that is East Legon, though. Just caveat.
No, I used to live in
Please don't go and try that at
No,
Station. Don't go and try that at
I used to live in Dansoman. I used to live in Amasaman. I'm telling you that I feel much more comfortable. Even Dansoman is even safer than East Legon because there are people outside very late selling stuff by the roadside. So let me tell you that you feel safer there than in East Legon where there's no one.
Relatively, Ghana is safer. I mean, I'm from New York City. Relatively, of course, Ghana is safer.
Don't bring
but
Kasawai
no
into the
matter
situation.
where
Kasawai
you
is
go,
a different country.
no matter where you go in this world,
People are killing their own parents, so let's.
You always
like.
have to,
I get it. I get it.
You have to be vigilant, no matter where in the world you go, even if relatively it's.
Kroma is shit. Like people, it's safe. Like I hear you, but I'm just saying, like, because remember, there's people watching like internationally. Do you know what I mean? And you don't want people to get the impression that you can be like. That I wouldn't advise my sister to be walking around 1 a.m. I don't care if it's East Legon, Laboni, wherever.
There's
You know what I mean?
in the world
But you have to
that is non-violent or
take into consideration that the same type of safety you will have in Paris or in New York will be the same thing here. There's certain level of protection you have for yourself, but generally it's a safer environment. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes. And can I add?
Perspective.
It's relative. It's relative.
Yeah, and Ivy, if I could add, right? I'd say you make a concerted decision to go and walk around at 1 a.m. and the rest. I 10 times prefer being able to make that decision than walking around in a top-notch shopping mall in Beverly Hills in America and being afraid that there might be an active shooter.
That part.
So if there's a decision,
if
there's a decision for me to make,
mistaken for somebody else,
I might be the active shooter, depending on where they hear the sound.
Exactly.
So sometimes you pick and you choose, but at the liberties that we have in Ghana, if we continue to enjoy them comparatively, I think it's a much better equation.
I agree. Ghana is definitely a safe place to be, a safe place to come and start a business, build a life. It's definitely a great place to be. I think that when I was having a conversation, I was speaking as a woman. I think, and I think this is important for women if you're coming to Ghana. There's a level of flirtation that you may not be used to that is accepted. And I'm not saying if it's bad or good, but there's a level of flirtation that happens. So, you know, the first couple of years, it's like you meet people at a business conference and you exchange contacts because you want to talk about business. And then next thing you know, you have flirtation happening before the business is supposed to be happening. So I'm just letting women know they should be mindful of knowing how to manage those kinds of situations. That's all. So, yeah. Now, we all have different experiences here. I want to actually point out to something. I know it's kind of off topic on the insights of Ghana, but you have started a foundation that I think is really important for everyone to hear about. You've started, is it a film or a foundation about the skin bleaching campaign? Because it is something that is quite common. Everywhere you go in Ghana, skin bleaching cream is supposed to be banned, but you can find it in every store. So why did you start what you started?
Yes. So I have an NGO. It's called the Panalove Foundation, and Panalove stands for Pan-African Love, kind of spliced together. It's an educative initiative, so I take a lot of time to do things like this panel discussions. I talk to secondary school students, university students, and I also go to bigger conferences, congresses, and forums with oncologists and professors that are in the field of cancer and dermatology talking about this, because the bleaching industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and it only grows exponentially every year. These multinational corporations are making a killing off of our lives. And a lot of people are not aware of the risks and the dangers that skin bleaching causes, because it's such a common practice that's over 100 years old. We don't realize that it can cause skin lesions, high blood pressure, cancer of the blood, liver, kidneys, kidney failure, melanoma. There's just a long list of diseases that are connected to this practice. And I started this in 2016. I had gone to a lunch at my late uncle Kofi Annan's house, and he was talking to me about my music career and saying, you know, I heard you just toured in Canada and Europe. I'm very excited for you. Like, how can I help you? And I was like, well, you know, you're one of the most decorated humanitarians that the world has literally ever seen. And it's great to do music and make people dance and make people happy. I love that. But with all of my access, education, and privilege, what more can I do? There's so many problems in the world. There's deforestation, there's climate change, there's human trafficking, there's starvation. There's so many problems, I don't know where to start. So he said, okay, well, go home. Think about what frustrates you the most, and then use that energy to work towards a solution. So I did literally that, and I went home and I thought about this. I'm like, man, what frustrates me on a day-to-day? Well, one of the first things I thought about was colorism, because as a recording artist and a performer, I have dealt with instances of colorism that have somewhat held me back in terms of my career and navigating through that entertainment world. And once I looked into it, I dove a little bit deeper about what the implications were of colorism. That's when I realized that skin bleaching and skin diseases and other diseases related to bleaching was a big issue. You know, nobody cares about Africans except Africans. You know, when we're dying, nobody cares. Nobody, you know, has, you know, marches and a hashtag. I mean, in Congo, there's, you know, a genocide going on and everybody's focused elsewhere. So I thought to myself, I need to be proactive and help my people. I need to be proactive and teach people about the risks. I cannot stop people from bleaching their skin, but I can educate them. I can warn them, quite in a similar vein as lung cancer and cigarette smoking became more of a taboo and more stigmatized as people learned the connections of psoriasis and lung cancer to the act of smoking. So about 20, 30 years ago, you know, people were smoking in airplanes and on department stores and in restaurants. We don't see that anymore. That's because people like me were lobbying with governments to get warning labels put on cigarettes and to get, you know, smoking sections out of public areas so that people weren't exposed. I'm hoping to do the same thing with my initiative. Get warning labels, get more wider education. I think obviously this starts at home, but if we can implement this kind of education into schools and health education and things like that, I think that would be great. My last point would be to say, just to give you guys a perspective, Ghana has 35 million people, but we only have 24 dermatologists. So imagine such a small community of doctors serving such a large population. Of course, people will be, you know, dying left and right, and they won't be able to keep up with this. In Angola in 2017, the government started an initiative to subsidize the schooling of anyone going into dermatology, because they realized that the dermatological numbers were so low that they couldn't really get a handle on a lot of the skin-related diseases. So I'm hoping that Ghana and a lot of other governments will follow suit and encourage more dermatology in our societies so that we can see the treatment and the care and more education on this issue.
Thank you, thank you. So when we're doing business in Ghana, or you're choosing what it is that you want to do to make impact, we're all finding a way to make it to solve a problem, solve something, create a solution. You're doing that with what you're doing with the skin bleaching campaign. I want to hear from the rest of you, like 1 or 2 lines, what you're doing to solve a problem or create something new in Ghana.
So recently, actually, how we met, Ivy, was like a couple of weeks ago. PRS. So PRS is a company in the UK that does royalty collection for music, and I was part of their tour that was in Ghana. And as a record producer, I've been privileged to make a living through royalties, through records that I've done in the UK and globally. But in Ghana here, I've been working with artists here for about 5 years. It's a very, very, very difficult setup because there is no money. Do you know what I mean? There's only one income stream, which is touring at best. There's no royalties. It's more of a payola system, which means you actually have to pay quite a lot of money to get out there. I was touring with PRS to put out, just the feelers about royalties, music business and stuff. There's always debates about music in Ghana versus Nigerian music, etc. So I'm super passionate about Ghanaian music getting to a point where our artists, writers, producers can actually make a living through multiple streams of income from their creativity. So that's something that I'm actively campaigning for, educating people for, and pushing.
Okay. And is there a website or anything people can reach?
Well, my website's mitesquest.com. But I'm plugged into a lot of other companies. Like I said, PRS, you can check them out, PRS for Music. They're very, very helpful. Or I can plug you in people directly there. So if you're a producer or artist here and you need to start making some royalties, you can give me a shout.
Okay. Diallo.
That's one. If you want to be a billionaire, a trillionaire, get with this guy. Because the moment Africa gets an official PRO system, it's curtains. Artists get paid for music on elevators, everything, and no African artists get that money. When I first came, I told my homies at home, I said, dog, they don't have no PROs here. CSAC, BMI, everything that we got, it don't exist here. So they only get paid from shows. But it doesn't work anyway. So that's something in my former life, I was dealing with artists. Right now, I'm pretty much focused on community development in terms of impact. So as in Kosohini, a group of people have entrusted me to believe that I can help the town develop. So in that process, I said, well, one of the things that we have to do is figure out how do we create durable, self-sustaining institutions in communities. Communities need to be able to have institutions that they don't rely on NGOs, that they don't rely on government funding, that they don't rely on any external funding in order for them to be able to sustain those institutions. So I promised the community that I would build a community center. We're in the process of finishing it now. It's 3 levels. It's a really big building. So I came up with this model, which is a proof of concept. Once we finish this one, that will then go speak to the traditional council, specifically in Akuapem, and then I'll find 17 champions to put up the bread to build one in each community. But the idea is that if we can literally build up, then you could put community institutions in a building, and all of the other businesses in that building have a line item in their budget to support that community institution. So what we're doing, so for mine, is trickle down. So in my building, we have the library on the ground level, and then on the first floor, there's an event space, and then there's a rooftop deck. So once the business is open, the priority of those businesses is to make enough money to support the community institution. And for me, it just came about. I started building the library, and then I was thinking one day, well, who's going to pay the bills? And then it was like, oh, me. Then I was like, well, what do I need to do to make sure that this ECG bill and everything are not going to come out of my pocket every year, paying the librarian, paying the staff. So then I just came up with this concept that I believe can work, where businesses and organizations work together. Formerly, my formal training in undergraduate was an English major, But in graduate school, it was public administration. So public administration lives and sits at the intersection where business, communities, and nonprofits all have to find an even ground to work in order for societies to be established. So when you asked earlier about government relations, anybody who's not interested in government relations and in business, they need to get out of business.
I just want to say a big thank you to everyone that came today. It's been another success. I want to say a big thank you to Jennifer for putting this together, my backbone. Everybody, please give Jennifer a round of applause. It's never easy putting on events, and so I hope that it has impacted you. I hope that you've learned a lot. What I keep saying, and I will keep saying it, is that us, the diasporans, we play a big role in the development of the continent. What we bring to the table is a lot, but we need to be patient. When you do come to Ghana, you need to have that patience. It's not gonna be something that comes overnight. You have to nurture it and you have to be consistent. And so if you haven't registered with the GUBA Diaspora Network, we are your soft landing to Ghana. We provide everything for you. We guide you, whether it's government officials that you want to meet, whether it's other people, other businesses, we help you with that. And so a big thank you to Pay Angel, to Ecobank Juice. Okay, so it's come to the end. I do hope that you've had a fantastic time, and also I must say to the 10,000 people that are watching online, thank you so much for watching. I hope that it's been impactful for you as well. And if you haven't already joined the GUBA Diaspora Network, please do. Please follow us on social media. And again, to my team, thank you, thank you, thank you. To Evolution for doing the production, to Venue for having the online viewership, and to everybody that has been part of this and making it a success. See you in 2025.
So it's been a pleasure coming here to talk about returnees and coming back to Africa and sharing insightful experience from the different panelists. It was a joy to talk with them, share my knowledge, and I wish I had access to a network like that when I came down. It wasn't that easy. Finding information was not as readily available as it is now. So I encourage all of you to register to the GUBA network wherever you are coming from. I come from France, so wherever you are coming from, come to Ghana. It's a very peaceful country, and GUBA network will help you settle down.
It takes a community, it takes networking to actually get to the destination you want to get to in terms of your business. So when you come, the first thing you have to do is connect with GUBA, with a GUBA network. Register, make sure you're registered, because next year is going to be a big one. Make sure that you're in tune with all the activities that are going on, and then make sure that you are networking even overseas, because we come in there.